Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well today. Let's see, looks like the mic is working and everything. Okay, excellent. Let's see if we can do this. Quick announcement right at the beginning is that for those of you who are into this sort of thing, I put out a new puzzle with a grid that looks like some horrifying chaos construction grid. It is not a chaos construction at all. This is a pure pencil puzzle. It is a hybrid of Philomeno and Country Road. So if you are interested in doing it, it's on LMD now. Tristan can put a link in the chat to Denver, the latest. Solved one time already. Who knows by who? Impossible to guess who it would be. Also, one person has figured out the meaning of the title so far. We will see if we will see how many other people identify what the title is going with. Math Pesto has just started it. I think probably around 3 stars for difficulty. Isabella says that she broke it right before the stream. Well, hopefully it doesn't break too badly. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But anyway, let me know how it goes. That is exactly correct, Math Pesto. Matching the title Berlin for the song The Metro. We're apparently now making a series of musicians with city names as a thing. So there may be a thermo puzzle called Asia coming up. We'll see. All right. Anyway, we're not going to actually do my puzzle on stream today. But instead, we are going to start with the puzzle that was voted on by all of our windmills who support the channel. I'll be honest and say, Math Pesto said, "Well, you really enjoyed Nurikiller 1, so I want to tell you there's a Nurikiller 2." And when they showed it to me, it had not yet been rated on LMD, and it's like, well, let me wait, and if it comes up as 4 stars, then I'll do it. If it comes up as 5 stars, I probably won't. Because, 5-star puzzles take a long time. But anyway, spoiler, it came back as 5 stars. But then I was like, but then a few people talked about it and said, it's not really that, that 5-star. So on the advice of counsel, I'm doing it even though it's 5 stars. Because I'm told it's not high 5-star. And LMD does do this weird thing where if the average rating is I don't know the exact cutoff, but it's something like if the average difficulty rating that someone puts is 4.15, it rounds it up to 5 stars or something like that. So there really is a very wide range of these sorts of things. So anyway, but if we get got by this puzzle, then we got all on it's all my responsibility if we got by this one, because certainly it is rated 5 stars. So if we have 5 stars of puzzle time, then it's on me. But let us have a look at the rules for the puzzle. I should say, by the way, who voted for the puzzle, because I wrote that down, and it's a shame when I write it down and I forget to read it. This puzzle is voted for by Woofer, Niverio, Doomdiot, Luda, Ambrose, Russ, Math Pesto, David, and DDX. So thank you all for your support. I hope you enjoy the solve. It's funny because I know at least many of those people who voted for this have already solved the puzzle. Indeed, I believe Math Pesto has definitely solved the puzzle. So it's always funny, but I think a lot of people vote for puzzles they solve and like, and then that means the puzzles people vote for I tend to really like, so it all works out. Alrighty. Delete a pencil mark by accident? That's a good idea. Maybe Math Pesto has not solved it. The bet cell is row 13, column 13. Oh, extra lucky. Okay, so here is our bet tree. Row 13, column 13. So let us read the rules here. So every cell is water or land, so we have to do this thing again. For this way of thinking about Nurikabe, which again, I'll reiterate, I think the water-land analogy is the right way to describe Nurikabe rules. It's just not how I think of Nurikabe rules. And so every time in my brain I have to translate and be like, wait, which is the one that's shaded and which is the one that's unshaded? Shaded is water, unshaded is island, just if you're also playing that game at home. A land cell always contains one of the digits 1 through 9, and digits may not repeat within a row or column. So this is, I believe this is going to be a standard Seguru deconstruction, but we'll see. Islands may not touch each other orthogonally, but may touch diagonally. Each island contains exactly one circle and one killer clue. It's not going to be a standard Seguru deconstruction, because if it was a standard Seguru deconstruction, the totals would all be triangular numbers, and I presume the totals are not all triangular numbers. A digit in a circle equals the size of its island, while the killer clue gives the sum of the island's digits. So yeah, basically we're building islands, which are killer cages, to sort of put together. And every island needs a circle and a killer clue in order to work. And it's a math pesto puzzle, so none of the killer clues are actually killer clues. All of the killer clues are greater thans, less thans, or question marks. Just because that's how math pesto rolls. Hey, Ace of Spades! I hope you are doing well. I did see that in the LMD comments, Niverio specifically said you should do this on as large a monitor as possible so you can actually have the slightest clue what's going on, which I apologize if on stream, I know many people watch on smaller screens. I apologize if this is completely intractable. Okay. Water cells do not contain the digits 1 through 9. I mean, I'm guessing it means water cells don't contain anything, but this is suggesting that I could, for example, put a pie in the water cells and it would be okay. Adjacent values along a green line differ by 5 or more, and water cells are considered to have a value of 0 for this purpose. Okay, so we are not allowed to instantly land every cell that's on a clue, but we can instantly land every cell that is a circle or a killer. Okay. I actually kind of like that we're not just getting to, like, immediately green every single cell. Okay, so green for all of you, green for you and you. Okay, so yes, we can put 5s on German Whispers now. Now note, there's a 36 down here that I missed. There's a lot of instant watering that we can do because, for example, this cell, and so this is a deduction you'll see a lot in Nurikabe, this cell can't be land because if it was land, now this island has 2 circles, and that's nonsense for lots of reasons, such as the fact that it says in the rules that every island has 1 circle, and also because if an island has 2 circles, those circles would definitionally contain the same digit, because whatever island it is, the island has the same size as itself, and that would repeat a digit in an island, and I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to repeat a digit in an island. Please tell me I'm not allowed to repeat a digit in an island. Does it not actually say that? Digits may not repeat within an island. Okay, yes, it does say that. Okay. So therefore, this is water, this is water, this is water, this is water. Now, all of the water is connected. Oh, row 3, column 1. Hey, thank you. It's funny enough, multiple people said row 3, column 1, and I read it as row 1, column 3, and I was like, I look forward to seeing how that's ever going to factor into this discussion. So let me do that everywhere it's relevant. Note, by the way, I can do it here because these are both killer clues, so these are both going to be blue. I cannot do it here. Because this cell could be land because it would only join together a killer clue and a size clue, and that's okay. I can join those together, but I can't join together 2 clues of the same type. So I have to keep those apart, keep those apart. I know I'm going to blue a cell I'm not supposed to blue. I blew myself for you, Michael, as the line goes. So the water all connect. So this water at least has to get out. That water has to get out. This island doesn't have a killer clue yet, so it has to get out. This island doesn't have a killer clue yet, so it has to double get out. Now this water has to get out all the way over to here. This island now comes over here, and so now it's maybe plausible. Although I think actually, no, I can't get to greater than 35 and 5. So this is 6, 7, 8, or 9. Oh, I should probably turn my keypad on, or this is going to be an extra long solve. So I need at least 1. This island needs to grow because it doesn't have a circle yet. This water needs to grow because water stuff. This land needs to grow. That's going to force this water all the way around, which is going to force this land to grow and grow. which is going to force this water to grow and grow. Oops, that's not water. That's water. I'm just going to force this water to grow. I think this is going to get forced exactly here, but let's find out. So those are going. Okay, so now this is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cells. So if this is currently at 7 cells, it gets 2 more total cells in which to get a circle. So therefore, it must take that, and we're going to get a digit out of that. But before we get a digit, we're going to do the more important stuff, which is the coloring, as always. So there we go. So now we can fill in a 9 in this circle, and we can do the 9 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da, Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. These can't join because that would put us 2 circles on the same land. We're not allowed to do that. This green has to escape. Funnily enough, this green is connecting to this greater than 25 no matter what. These digits I know are at least 5, and they're not 9, because this is counted as a 0. How do you know the corner is blue? That corner? Because the blue is all connected. Is the reason. That's blue. And so yeah, if this corner was green, the blue would not be able to get out. Okay. That being blue actually tells me that this is green, because remember, this needs to be at least 6 cells in size. This question mark is 45. This island is not anywhere near done yet. This water needs to get out. This island is still not done yet. This island's not done yet, and it can't join that circle, so those are both blue. This is terrifying. This is green. There's nothing scarier than starting a 5-star puzzle and being like 5 minutes into it and having this much in the grid because you know something horrible is about to happen. It's just waiting for the shoe to drop for what horrendous, awful thing is going to happen to you. Almost certainly this has to connect to here. I don't know yet, but this certainly needs to be water because this water needs to get out. This land needs to get out. As promised, these connected. Those can't connect. These can't connect. This water needs to get out, so that water gets out. There's a no 2x2 rule, right? But what is the no 2x2? No 2x2 can be entirely water. Okay. This inlet still is not an outlet, so it needs to go there. This island needs to get out. I'm not getting... No, I can get to 25 in 4 if this is a 4. That's okay. The greater than 35 island. Now we know what size it is. Russ points out, correct. It is 6 in size. Excellent. So I know one of these is 6, just for the record. That's probably worth marking. So this is not a size 6 island. That could prove relevant later. It won't. But we'll pretend. See, these can connect and it's okay. Let's see. I'm trying to think if this greater than 35 is interesting with the whisper line. Because, like, one of these digits is at most 4. But I don't think so. I think even if, like, this was, say, if this had a 1 on it, I think we could be... Yeah, we could still get there even if this had a 1 on it or something like that. I think that's totally okay. It's possible I know something arithmetically about this digit. I really hope Math Pesto is not going to expect me to do that. But like this digit might have to be high or something if I really think about the math of this. Yeah, this is certainly, I agree this is 4 or 5, as Russ said. Yeah, it's a question of whether it takes this cell or not. Yeah, so this is currently, so Woofer is encouraging me to think about this. This is currently at 5 cells. So it can't get here no matter what, because in order to get there, it would need to be 10 cells. So the place that this connects needs to be here. And so the point is, if this cell and this cell are connected, these can't be water. I was trying to avoid counting to see if this was 10 or 9 to get there and having to make some argument about the zigging, but as chat pointed out, it was actually a very easy counting argument. And so the point is, by connectivity of the water, I can't make any of these cells water. They would be entirely isolated. So therefore, all of this is land. And now this is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And so now this is 9 in size. It gets water all around it, splish, splash. This is land because of the avoid a 2x2 law of the land. Now, can Zach color correct me so I am a less washed out Zeta? Usually I'm a very yellow Zeta. That time I went the other direction and I started becoming an overly white Zeta. There's no avoid a checkerboard rule in Nurikabe, I regret to inform you. So we can't do that yet. I'm sure there's stuff all over that we can do, though, if we look at this carefully. Row 9, column 2 is just water for free, Martin points out. I just never noticed that, but those 2 question mark clues are the same type of clue, so we have to keep them apart. Let's see. You can ask questions like, is it possible that these don't connect? But that seems like it's going to require a little more look ahead than I'm willing to do until I'm more desperate. Let's see. This water has to either get out through here or through here, but I don't know which yet, I don't think. Let's see. I was trying to decide if there's any like weird sudoku thing or like there's anything that like sees a bunch of the digits in here, but I don't think so as of yet. I know there's a 6 either in one of these 7 spots. I don't think that I really want to pencil mark that though. I should think about the fact that water can't take 2 adjacent cells on a green line. So, because if water takes 2 adjacent cells, that's 2 zeros, and 2 zeros are not sufficiently far apart. So I'm looking to see if there's anywhere where if I'm not careful, I'll make water take 2 adjacent green cells. I don't quite see it yet. Isabella's asking me where this is getting a circle. It's going to be tricky for it to get that circle, but I think it's possible for it to get that circle or that circle. So that's what I was looking at, D-Web. I was looking at, can this really be water? Oh, right. No, D-Web's exactly right. This can't be water. If it's water, it either connects up or down, and both ways are broken. So this is always land. Beautiful. I was here thinking, oh, well, it doesn't have to connect that way. It could connect that way, but both are broken. Exactly. Oh, column 14 has 9 digits in it. That's a very good thing to notice. Let's count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Beautiful. Okay, that is one of the deductions I'm always ecstatic to have chat for, because it's very difficult to spot when it sort of happens in the wild. But Martin is right. There's 9 digits already, so I can't have any more digits. So everything else here is water. Therefore, this is land, because I need to avoid a 2x2. Let's see. That can't be water. Because if this cell is water, the water we've already said can't go there, but if the water went up, it would make a 2x2. So this is never water. It's always land. And so now this gigantic water body needs to get out somewhere, and it needs to get out there. It has no optionality left in its life. This green now... Oh, it could go down here. Or over there. Oh, there's 2 options. Are there really 2 options? Or is one of those obviously nonsense? I don't think either of those is obviously nonsense to me. I don't think I quite know. 57 Thorns in with a 0 bet. Not a bad bet. Oh, there's a 36 clue here. Or a less than 36 clue here. Right, okay. Sorry, so if this is actually what happens, then this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cells. And this is Martin's point. 8 cells sum to a minimum of 36, and 36, spoiler, not less than 36. So therefore, this island goes over here. I know that this cell is at least a 6. Actually, I know it's not a 6 because there's a 6 and a 9 looking at it. So this is actually only a 7 or an 8 in terms of digits that this cell can be. So this is a 1, 2, or 3. This is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. This is a 1, 2, 3, or 4. I don't know that that did anything, but it felt good, I guess, kind of question mark. There's a 7 or an 8 in one of these two cells because that 7, 8 needs to go up there. Why do I have 5 pencil marked into these cells? Oh, no, 5 is perfectly fine. Never mind. 5 is okay. Yes, 5 is okay because of that. Never mind. I have 5 pencil marked into those cells because they can be 5. That's why. That one can't be 5. That was what I saw that that bothered me. And then I was like, oh, wait, no, it's perfectly fine. It can be 5 because it's next to that. Yeah, okay. So we've got all of that. Let's see. So we've got 2, 3, we've got 4 high digits in this column. But there are, unfortunately, 5 high digits. Oh, this digit is also high because that's a 0. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But remember, it's not 6 or 9. So that is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple. And so therefore, these digits are a 1, 2, 3, 4. And therefore, none of them are 6. And therefore, one of these two is 6. So we've got all of that. That was sexy. All right. So these digits need to be from 5, not 6, 7, and 8, not 9. So these are from 5, 7, 8. That one can't be a 5. This is only a 7 or 8. So therefore, this digit is low. 1, 2, or 3 only. This is a 6, that would be a 1, but who cares, really? Let's see. I mean, this probably is making the math in this region interesting, but I'll leave that to chat. Let's see. If I absolutely max this, it would be 3 plus 6 is 9, plus 9 plus 4 is 22, plus 8 plus 7 is 37. Okay, so I'm pretty sure, Nell, because we have a quintuple in the column. I think there's 1 degree of freedom on this island, which I think means that one of these has to be a 9. I'll double check it if I absolutely have to. Or if chat wants to tell me if they got the same thing when they did it, I would also accept that. Oh, these can't join. Because that would put a circle there. So that goes here. Now that finally resolves this. And so now this is now a 4. And now I need to get to a pretty big total here. In order to make that work. I need to get these to at least be 22. Which I think means they need a 9. If I recall correctly how math works. But I may or may not. Okay. Good spot from Nell. This island does not have its circle yet. It can't get its circle on this side, because remember, it can't connect over here. So this is always green. So this is the circle it gets, but in particular, this isn't a 5 anymore. So that makes these a 7, 8 pair, which is huge, because it makes that a 6 and a 5. Great spot, Nell. So these are, in fact, a 7-8 pair over here. Okay, now there's definitely a 9 on this line, no question, because it's got to have a high digit on it, and 9 is the only one available. Let's see. Alima claims I need a 4 in here. Right. 6 is an almost monogamous digit. It's not a monogamous digit in this puzzle, but it can only connect to 1 here, as is pointed out by DWeb. So none of these are 1s. Okay, so here's Alima's nice way to think about the math over here is if I make the low digit here a 2 or a 3, then I'm maxing at my low digits here summing to 2 plus 3, which is 5, plus 6, 7, 8, 9, which is 35. And I need to be higher than 35. And so therefore, I do need a 4 as the other low digit. And so these are 4, 9. Like that. So this is not a 4, and this is, in order to make that work. I think that math would also tell me this isn't a 1, if I really wanted it to. Let's see. So if I think I can get that these are from 6, 7, 8 and definitely contain an 8. Let's max these out. So that's 13, 19, 22. So therefore, these need to sum to at least 14, which I could use a 6 in, except I can't because there's already a 6. So these are only from 7, 8, 9. Oh, sorry. Wait, are these only from 7, 8 now, actually? I think these might only be from 7, 8. Because I can't get to 14 with a 6 or a 5 because the 6 is gone and the 9 is gone. So I think these are just forced to be a 7, 8 pair. That doesn't sound right, but I think it's true because of where the 6 is. Oh, I think it's true because there is a 6, I think is the point. And so now I think these sum to 21, 34. And so I therefore need this not to be a 1, so this is a 2 or a 3. But it's not actually useful because, again, this isn't a killer cage total. It's a killer cage inequality. So I don't actually get anything out of all of that math. Let's see. I mean, I guess I can put a ridiculous pile of pencil marks in that cell, but I don't know. Okay, yeah, these are at least 22, so I think they need a 9, but unfortunately that 7, 8 pair doesn't see them or anything like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, this cell definitely isn't water, because water is 0, and 0 is not far enough away. That has been there for forever. Available as an option. Let's see. So I think this one can just get here. Oh, that doesn't work for a sort of funny reason, I think. Because it breaks this cell. That's sort of complicated to see. But yeah, if these two connect at all, the point is these two connecting at all always makes it impossible for this cell to get a circle. Because the only way this could go, it can't penetrate that wall, so it would have to go here, but now it can't. So that's a somewhat complicated connectivity argument, but it's true. These two can't actually connect, so therefore this connects to that. And if this connects to that, that means the water can't get out through here. It has to get out through there. So we have that. And now let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 is the number of cells that I need at minimum to connect these. Actually, I don't think there's even multiple ways to do it. But the point is, there's already a 9 looking at this, so this has to be an 8 in order to make that happen. And now I can't not take this cell, because if I don't take this cell, now suddenly my minimum number of cells is too many. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's way too many, so we have to take that. And if I don't take this cell, then my minimum is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Again, that's too many, so I have to take that. And now I've only got one cell left, and it's got to be that one. And so we have blue going all over there. But this blue has to continue to escape. This is green to avoid a 2x2. So we've got all of that. I suspect this is going to have to be land, but maybe not. Do I know the 8 region has a 5? Some people are talking about where 5 can go in this row. This row does need a 5, actually, because this row has 9 digits in it, and the 5 can't go on a line with 2 green cells. So that is always a 5, for whatever that is worth. I still want to think about whether these can avoid connecting. So there's 2 questions, actually. There's, can these 2 avoid connecting via this being green? And can this circle possibly take any other question mark? Which are slightly different questions. But I think it could take this question mark, and then let this pair off with that. So I think that's still plausible for the time being. This circle is going to need to connect to a question mark somewhere. I think it's going to have to be this one, actually. Because if this circle tries to connect to this question mark, it just can't. This circle just can't connect to there without joining another region. Because remember, it's not allowed to take either of those 2 cells, and that already squarely separates it. So this, in fact, links up to that. I'm just going to put a red flash in there just to say these 2 are the same. And so, therefore, they're different from that one. And also... Oh, no, this blue could still get out from there. Okay, so that is green because of this. That is now blue because this blue has to get out. That's now green because of that. This whole blue mess, interesting. It has to get out there or there, but I don't know which. Do I want to mark candidates for this circle? Because it's certainly at least 5, just by geometry. I don't know that that was exciting, but we did it anyway. So, good for us. Let's see. So these connect. Yes, I see Isaac in chat saying this cell is blue because this blue has to escape. I agree with that assessment. I am told this cell doesn't have many options by Martin, so it's at least 6 just by counting, but it's not a 6, and it's not an 8, so it's a 7 or a 9, but if it was a 9, this sum would be 45, which is not less than 35, so this is in fact a 7. Good spot there. There is a 6 on this line, just because this row has every digit. So one of these 2 is a 6, and the 6 needs to go with a 1 as a neighbor. And then wherever the 1 is, it needs to connect to the 9. So these are in fact a 1-9 pair. And then the other digit is a 2 or a 3, and it doesn't matter. So if I actually sort of pencil mark this up, I actually get that as my sort of possibilities. In order to make that row work. Let's see, I'm just counting again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sayori points out that means this region doesn't have a 4, because I can't put a 4 on this Whispers, because I don't have a 9, and I can't put a 4 in this row. So the digit missing from this region is a 4. So this digit has this region has every digit except 4. The 1 and 9 are up here. The 8 is up here. The 6 is up here. The 5 is not on this line, and therefore the 5 is there. And so this is a 2 or a 3 with a 7. But the 3 and 7 don't go together, so that's a 2 with a 7, which actually gets rid of those 2s, which gives me a 3-6 pair here looking over at this, which makes that a 2, unfortunately. Because 2 goes with 7 or 8. This digit has to be big because it's next to a 0. So this is at least a 5. But it's not a 7 for 2 reasons. The row and the region. So this is a 5, 6, 8, or 9 for whatever that is worth. Probably nothing. This being green doesn't work. If this cell is green, look what happens. So I'm going to go into the bifurcation palette just to explain this. If this cell is green, this water now connects out. But the water connects out... oh, no, that's not true. Sorry. The water could connect over here. Never mind. Sorry. I retract my claim. This is why we have the bifurcation palette. I believed it for a bit. There's got to be some green in here. I'm trying to decide if I can figure out what cell here has to be green. I don't know if anything is forced to be green, but there needs to be green in here to avoid a 2x2. Okay, let's see. I know that this is at most a 4. Just because the sum is less than 11. I don't know if that's worth writing down, but I've already written it down, so it's too late to argue. This is also at most a 4. Let's see. People are encouraging me to try harder at the bifurcating. So if this is green, the thing I'm seeing as possible is the blue connects around here, and the green connects through here. That isolates this cell. Got it. Okay. So the point is, if as hypothecated by the bifurcation palette, if this cell is green, now this blue has to get out. And now this green has to get out. And now in the process of connecting these two greens, I've isolated this mess of blue. I don't think there's a nice way to say that. I think that's truly a bifurcation palette deduction, but this can't be green. So this is blue. And so therefore this is green. Therefore, these are both blue, because this blue needs to continue out. Therefore, this is green, and this circle has now found its square. This is not at 7 yet, so that is its 7th and final cell. So those are both blue. As Dog points out, by Whisper, This is low, so this is low, so this is high, so it's not water. That was a good spot, so that is always green. This is always blue, because the blue has to keep getting out. That's always blue, because the blue has to keep getting out. That's green, because I have to avoid a 2x2. This is green, because it's at least 5 away from 0. Per Russ. Okay, let's see. What is the sizes that this can be? This is at least 7. So this is a 7, an 8, or a 9, and I think I know absolutely nothing about which one it is. Right. Okay, so here is Carl's point. I was looking at where does this connect, but I was not noticing something that Carl did notice, which is that this is actually a well-formed pair. Perhaps if I was doing this puzzle again, I would use 2 shades of green and use a specific shade of green to say this island has everything versus this island doesn't. But this island has everything, so this needs to connect to an island that doesn't have anything. It's not doing that down here, so the only way it connects to anything is through this cell. So that cell's always green, is the upshot of that excessively long-winded way to describe that point. So row 8, column 4 island needs a 1. Why? So now the point is this body of water, and Carl is again seeing this, this body of water needs to get out. It can't get out through here, because if this becomes water, now the water has to escape through here, and that is not going to work at all. So therefore, this is land. It's not going to work at all, to be clear, because it makes a 2x2 of water, and I'm not allowed to do that. So all of this becomes blue, da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. This is now a 6, 7, or 8. It's not a 9, because the 9 is over there. So we've got that. And the water's not escaped yet. So actually both of these also become water. And this water hasn't escaped yet, so that becomes water. Don't know if it does anything, but it's nice to know. So Martin's point is fairly sophisticated. It's that if I sum 7 numbers and I don't use a 1, then my minimum sum is too big. And so the way you do that, if you want to sum 7 numbers but not use a 1, is you take the next triangular number. That is the 8th triangular number, which is 36. That would be the sum of the first 8 numbers, but then you take away the 1 and you get 35. And that does not work. And ergo, Martin's point is correct. There's no 1 in these cells, so I need a 1 vertically. And that vertical 1 sorts out this whole line. Which you might hope would do something. Because it's a very cool spot. But maybe does nothing at all. Oh, the 1 doesn't go next to water. Because these I actually know are from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one's not a 5 or a 9. I know thanks to Sven. I'm scanning pencil marks to see if I happen to know more. I don't think I know more. So that is okay. If I don't put a 4 over here, I've used a 1, 2, 3 triple inside this thing. Let's see. Amy says this is not 7. It's not 7 because there's a 7 on the island already. Good point. We got there eventually. what's the minimum digit I can put in here if I want to get greater than 25? So I need to get to 22 at least. 8 and 9 sum to 17. So the minimum digit I can use here is a 5. So these are definitely from 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm writing that sort of thing down because I seem to be making lots of quadruples and quintuples and high digits in this puzzle. There's a 7 looking at this particular digit from that direction, just for the record. This island definitely connects here. So this is at least a 4, but it's not a 4. So this is itself a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and that completes my desired quintuple. So there are no more high digits in this column. And so if there are no more high digits in this column, that means everything that's left in this column has to be a 1, 2, 3, or 4. Or sorry, a 1, 2, or 3. I don't know what I can do with that yet, but it seems important. Speaking of, this is a 1, 2, 3, or 4, just because of where it is on a whisper. And it's not a 4, because it's next to a 7 or an 8, not a 9. All right. Let's see, Carl pointing out that in row 6, column 9, there are a lot of highs, because there's a high here, and at least one high here. Unfortunately, I think I can use 6 as a high, because I think I could do 6, 1, and then some stuff. But there's at least 3 highs in here. Oh, no, right, sorry. The point is this cell's blue, and I'm, despite my usual metrics, not pencil marking cells that are known high-lowity. So that's a 0. So this is at least a 5. That one's not a 5 because it's next to that. Wait, was that one really not able to be 8, 9? No, only this one's not able to be 8, 9. That one's not able to be 5. Sorry, I got over-enthusiastic with my Sven usage. So yeah, so there's... could be a 5 here, but yeah, both of these are high. This is low. Oh, this one's not a 5 either, actually, because it's next to this one as well. Being next to 1 water cell is not enough to have a 5. You need to be next to 2 water cells to get away with having a 5. So this is a 6 or a 7 only. So this is a 1 or a 2 only. Okay. Alima pointing out, I know that this connects to this. I'll just yellow flash those just to remind ourselves of that. I can't get a sum of less than 36 in 8 or 9 cells. So this is actually only a 5, 6, or 7. And that is relevant because it means that in my quintuple in this column, the 9 is in one of these cells. So therefore, that's not a 9. 7 region doesn't have a 2. Per Nicholas and Martin, just because there's a 2-7 pair looking over here. And so now we have to do the math again. So if there's no 2 in here, then we have to figure out what the minimum sum is. So we want to sum 7 digits, but no 2. This is painful. 7 digits, but no 2. So, and the outies need to sum to, as as Nicholas says, at least 11. So my outies need to also have a 9, is the point. So I need to omit, if I'm omitting 2, I need to also omit 9. Otherwise I'm not going to do this. So this is every digit except 9. So 9 and 2. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is what's actually in here. And so that gives us a few random digits. Like, for example, it gives us that there's a 5 in this mess. So that digit is not the 5 in this column. Let's see. Does that actually do anything? One of these two is a 3. I don't think that does anything. I mean, the Audi math was the way I was going to do it. It's just still messy. But I feel like we did all of that, and I don't think it actually does anything. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's 8 cells in the row, as it currently sits. So either this 6, 8 is missing from this row, or the 9 is missing from the row, and whichever one it is, it goes there. Let's see. Yeah, it was a cool observation, but I don't know that it got us anywhere. So we definitely have our 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple in here. So this cell is definitely from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it's not a 5. So this is from 1, 2, 3, 4, because we have our 6, 7, 8s, and 9s used in this region. So that's always a 1, 2, 3, or 4. We can do Audi math on question mark and see what we can deduce. Sayori points out the 6 is definitely on a whisper, and it definitely goes with a 1. So this is not the 1. That's a good spot. If this is not a 5, it's a 6, 7, or 8, and we get a 6, 7, 8 quadruple in this row, is there any chance that's interesting? I don't think so. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is going to turn out to be a 5, but I don't think we can prove it yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this could grow up to 2 more cells. Some people would like to say that this cell has to be water. I don't see why, though. It looks to me like this could do this, and then the water could get out this way. And even if this is water, I think it could still be 5 if it did that. Oh, row 10, column 8. Yes, let's see. I think this is a bifurcation palette thing to look at again, because I think this is you have to keep track of things carefully. So the claim is that this cell can't be land. So if this is land, then certainly this is water. And now the problem is this is land, because this land hasn't connected yet. Oops. This is land, because this land hasn't connected yet. But remember, this land and this land need to connect somehow, and no matter how, as soon as this is land, it's blocked off this, and so now we've cut this off. So yeah, same story as our previous use of the bifurcation palette. This is blue, which means that neither of these are blue. And now, as 57 Thorn says, we now know that these are both green, and so no matter how these connect, green, this is going to be at least 5, or at least 6. And so that is a 6, 7, 8 quadruple in the row. And so these digits are all from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That one's not a 5. So therefore, this one is from 6, 7, 8, 9, for whatever that is worth. This one seems not to be a 2. I don't think that matters. Yeah, my brain can't do that in my head. This is I 100% believe a lot of people can, but the fact that this sort of bifurcation chain we've done twice requires both keeping track of this connecting and closing off this outlet and closing off this outlet is too many things for me to think about at once. And so I can't come up with my concise, pithy, oh, what it does is this. It's, oh, what it does is these 6 things, which together mean it doesn't work, kind of thing. Let's see. Row 10, column 11. Garion says we can delve into. So Garion says this can't be land. So if this is land, the other column 11. Oh, the other column 11. If this is land, then it forces this green to connect to this one. That one I can see much faster in my head, actually. If this is land, this is forced to connect like that, and that now has isolated this. That is like a 1-step, whereas the others were like 3-step. But very good point. If this is land, because of what it does to this island, we could do that. I don't know. Maybe that's roughly equal in your heads. In my head, this one is easier. But anyway, this is not land. So that is water. Let us see. I believe we could do something with this cell too, but maybe not. In my head, this looks like row 10, column 9 every time I look up, and then I realize I'm actually looking at it 1 over. Hey, Ambrose, how are you? Yeah, there's still a couple patterns that this can take, I think. Like, we can just, like, if we're into full-on bifurcation mode, we can just ask ourselves things like, can this be green? In which case it would force this to be blue, which would force this to be green, which would force this to be green. And then we can just ask ourselves if that works. But unfortunately, that does work. No, that does work, I think, right? That looks like it works. I mean, it would force this to be blue. It doesn't work, I'm being told. Where did it break? Cutting off the water at the top right. The water at the top right connects like this, right? Oh, no, it doesn't. It doesn't, because of that gray. Okay, got it. Okay, yep. This does fail. Because that green cuts off the thing. I was thinking as soon as it got out here, it was fine, but it's not. Okay, yeah, it does not actually connect because of that. Okay. So I think the point here is basically things are constrained enough. Just randomly guess cells around here and see if it breaks. So this has to be water, is the point that we concluded. Let's see. Is that one being land going to be the one that makes sense? Okay, so let's see. 57 Thorns likes this one. If this is water, we've just explicitly separated these two. So this is definitely not water. That one's not even like that one's not even a bifurcation. That one's just it would literally create a diagonal of blue that would separate these. If not, so that is green for sure. Okay, and once we've filled that in, now we know we either have water going down this canal or water going down this way. Sort of depending, because these are a blue-green pair. Okay, so Carl's point is very cute and well taken, which is that there's two possible universes. So there's the possibility that this is water. In the case where this is water, this is the connection out for all of the water. And so therefore this needs to connect out. The other case is that this is a land, in which case this is isolated, and so it has to connect out. So Carl is giving us a little proof by cases that this always does that, which now has told us what size this island is, which is that it is size 6. So that's not a 6, at the very least. Is that going to tell me anything about numbers and how numbers work? It's going to tell me that's not a 6. Maybe not going to tell me about anything. But it does look over here and give me a 7 and an 8. And I know what this 8 looks like. So those are blue. That's not an 8, and that's not an 8. Let's see. That 7 is actually important, Sayori points out, because that 7 tells me that this isn't a 7, and so now this needs to be bigger, so that is green. And now this blue has to get out for a very similar reason to that blue, because again, either this is blue, in which case this is how all of the blue gets out, or this is green, in which case just this little bit of blue has to get out. In all cases, that's blue. This green needs to escape, so that's green. Let's see. Oh, right. This is not done. This now has more pressure on it, because this now, again, this needs to connect out. Once we got through the admittedly a gigantic amount of bifurcation around this, the way this works connectivity-wise, now that we have it looking like this, is very cool. I really like this sort of Carl's like X-Wing sort of argument about how the blue connects around this island. That's all very cool. Okay. Point from Nicholas, this water is now sitting isolated, so that becomes water, which makes this digit at least a 5. And it's not a 5 even, it's at least a 6. So certainly all of that is green because of that. These can't merge because this has all of its clues, so it's got to go there. This is not... Oh no, this could be done. It can be a 1-cell region. There's no reason it can't be a 1-cell region. Again, I should fill in that I know that this is a 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. And this is a 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, and it's not a 6 or 7. And this is a 1, 2, 3, or 4. That one's not a 5, just for the record, because it's next to that. So that's 3 of my 6, 7, 8, 9s in this row, for whatever that is worth. Yes, now this water needs to continue escaping. is being pointed out, because this water is not yet fully escaped. So that's blue. And now this is still not at least 6 cells, so that's definitely green. Now, funnily enough, this now can't be a 6. Because if this was a 6, it would be done, but that would mean both of these were water, which does not work. So this is never a 6. So we've got that. Yeah, I mean, the connectivity coloring always sort of bounces back and forth between, oh, the water has to be connected, and the land has to be connected, and the water has to be connected, and there's always sort of like a bouncing back and forth in the connectivity, and then it's very easy to miss one of the, and then I'll sort of stumble upon later, oh, this actually had to do this, or whatever, because there's lots of sort of natural percolations. Let's see, Martin says row 12, column 11... is water. It is, because we need to keep these apart. Which means this now needs to connect back here, which now makes this an 8, which means it's done, which makes all of that water. That was a very good spot to Martin. No? No? Oh, no, that's wrong. That's wrong, because I don't know. This could connect to here. Sorry, it could just join to that. Right. It could. Yeah, I don't need to keep these apart because this doesn't have anything yet. And so the point is it either connects here or connects up there, but I don't know which. This cell has to be water, though, because if this cell is not water, I create an inlet. So this water, funnily enough, has to escape through here. Is the sort of thing chat always tells me. I'm guessing chat did tell it to me, but I did not see it. There is a similar thing, is there? Row 15, column 8. I don't think so, because the water could go up here. Let's see. I don't understand. Someone keeps saying, I think it's Carl keeps saying the thing under the red or whatever. I don't get what is being said. Right. Okay. Never mind. I get it now. Okay. So the point is, again, it's back to this blue-green pair thing that I thought we were over with, but we're not over with. This blue needs to connect through this inlet is the point. Because if this blue doesn't connect through here, then we'd be implying it connected around through here. But if it does that, it again creates this problem that now red doesn't work. So in fact, all of these are blue. That is what chat is trying to communicate. And indeed, this has to be blue as well. Because if this is not blue, again, we have created the same problem. Greater than 3. So the point is of this being greater than 3 is it definitely has at least one more green cell. It could have up to 2 more green cells. It certainly doesn't have more than 2 more green cells. So this is only a 2 or a 3, just in terms of its size. don't know if that is interesting. I mean, I know stuff like this has to be at least 4, and it's not 9. Let's see, row 14, column 6. Right, row 14, column 6, because again, this blue is trying to connect out. If this was, this is Martin's point, if this was green, it would also block stuff in. So that's blue. Ah, right. Okay, that's a very smart spot from 57 Thorns. If this cell is green, this is definitely not something that needs the bifurcation palette to see, but I think it's easy to use the bifurcation palette to explain. If this is green, now these can't join, and so this is blue, and we now have a lake, and we're not allowed to have a lake. So that's not green. That's always blue. So this is always green, and in fact is a 2. Because it can't grow anymore, because both of these are now blue. This is not a 1. So this is a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. It's not a 7 or 8. That's not a 2. Yeah, these two I know join. Nicholas wants us to think more about this cell, but I'm not going to think more about this cell until I absolutely have to. Because it's not going to get me anything if I rule 7 and 8 out of this cell. Row 12, column 10. Is not a 4. Right. Okay, yes. Garian points out, same thing with the little lake. If this is a 4, it's these 4 cells. It's the only 4 cells it can be, and now this cell is a little lake. So that is not a 4. In fact, a less than 11 clue can be a 4. Sorry, less than 11 is fine. Yeah. So this is a 1 or a 3. Let's see. Less than 36. I mean, I know these are connecting. I'm pretty sure. What else? What else would happen? If this is only 5, then if this is only 5, this green needs to grow down twice in order to avoid a 2x2 here. Because if this is 5, it can't do any of the work in blocking these. So that would be 1, 2, 3. That would be exactly 8. So if... but that's a problem for this side. Okay, this is very complicated. But if this is a 5, it doesn't work. Because if this is a 5, again, the problem is I need to grab blues on both sides of this to avoid 2x2s of water. And if this is only a 5, the most it can grab is 1 on this side. I'd still need one of these 2 up here, but I'd also need these 2 over here, and this region would have to contribute all 3 of those, and it only has 2. So this is a 7, and that's an 8, and that's a 7. And now that this is a 7, it can't take that cell, because that would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would be too many, so this is blue. This green needs to connect. That's blue. This is a 3. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, this 8... yeah, so this only takes a maximum of 1 cell in either of these directions. And therefore, both of these are green because of that. Because otherwise, I'll create a 2x2. This is definitely green to make that work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6 so far. And so, yeah, I think these are a blue-green pair. Yeah, that's exactly right. These two are a blue-green pair. And these two are a blue-green pair. And that's all my cells. So these are each at 6. And we know that the remaining cells in those regions need to take those. So these are both blue, is the point. So our Nurikabe stuff, that was our first Nurikabe deduction, I think. But that's pretty cool. So we've got all of that. Okay, so let's do some Sudoku now. So that 7 looks up. That's an 8 and a 7, which makes that a 9 and a 5. Makes that an 8 because the total needs to be greater than 25, and anything less than 8 won't do. Makes that a 9, which means this needs to grow, making that green, making that blue. This is not a 7. That is not a 9. So this digit actually has to be big. So that's interesting. Oh, sorry. This, I still have more to do. That's a 4 and that's a 9. Okay, this digit is at least a 6. Okay, it's less than 11, so it's not a 9. And so therefore it's a 6. And now this cell can only be a 1 or a 2. No, it can't even be a 2. It can only be a 1 in order to make that work. So no 1 there, no 4 there, no 4 there, no 9 there. Yeah, that 7 is fine over there. This isn't a 1 or a 3. Okay, and as soon as this isn't a 1, it grows. 6 only whispers 1 is a good point. There's not 2 6s on this whisper line within a single region, is another good point from chat. So we've got all of that going on. This needs to expand now, making this a 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, but it's not a 6, 7, or 8. So this can only be a 5 or a 9, interestingly. Now, by our argument from before, this needs to be blue, because this blue, again, either is the way that the whole thing connects or is isolated. So this is always blue, which makes that green. This is now at least a 5, so it's a 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9, but it's not a 6 or a 7. It's certainly not a 9 or an 8, actually, because 9 or 8 would both make it not less than 36. So, in fact, 5 is the only option by, of all things, Sudoku, making all of that blue, making that not a 5, and making that not a 5, actually. Also making that not a 5. Seems less useful. This is green to avoid a 2x2. This is green to avoid a 2x2. Being careful about not creating any, like, cutting off points for water. For example, if this is green, I think it cuts off this whole side of water. It does. If this cell is green, this body of water just can't connect anymore. So that has to be blue. Oh, much more simply, that has to be blue, because if that's green, it would immediately cut off all of the water. So we've got all of that. Sayori pointing out this is not a 1 because there's a 1 in the region, and it's not a 3 because 3 and 7 don't whisper each other that much, so that's a 2. So my low digit on here is a 3 or a 4, which means the high digit on it is an 8 or a 9, for whatever that is worth. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. This is a fantastic spot from Isabella and fantastic setting. If we go into the bifurcation palette and imagine that this is land, the question is, what color is, or what digit is it? It must be something that is at least 5 away from 7, so it must be 0, 1, or 2. Well, if it's land, it's not 0, and there's a 1 and a 2 in the region. That is gorgeous. So that is blue. So in a surprise twist, we get that. The bedding tree is not water. Now we've argued... Actually, no, there's 3 and 4 are left for low digits. Right, there's no 6. So there's not 2 high digits that can go on this thing. There's only... the 2 high digits left are a6 and an 8, 9, but I can't use a 6 at all because the 1 is gone. So the high digit goes here. I know it's an 8 or a 9. Therefore, these are the low digits. They're a 3, 4 pair, but I actually know the order. And that 4 bounces over and makes that a 2, which waters both of these cells. This land doesn't have a buddy system yet, so we've got to do that at the very least. This is not a 2. This is a 7 and a 2. This is not a 2. Right. This is next to a 4, so therefore it's a 9, and that's an 8. And so that is an 8, and that is a 5. That is not an 8, and that's not an 8, and that's not a 5, we're being told by Sven. Thank you, Sven. This row is has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this row is missing only 2 numbers, I believe. Sorry, missing 3 numbers. It's got 2 to fill in, which are 1, 3, and 4. That's not an 8 either, interestingly. I've got 1 low here, 1 low here, 1 low here. This is my last low. So this digit's not low, and I think we also know it's not high, because I've used 4, 1, 2, 3, 4s, and I've used 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, so this is a 5. Love that. So we've got that there. So this is going to be a 5. This can't be a 7, because if this were a 7, it would reach here, which would be a problem. I don't think that's going to be useful, but can do that. I loved the 5 deduction. The 5 deduction was awesome. I'm assuming this is going to get resolved because one of these cells is going to be a naked nothing. That is my prediction as to what is going to happen. We'll see if that's right, but I hope that's what happens. This is land by German Whispers, points out D-Web, because there's water on that side, so there must be land on that side. So that currently is 7. So the world either looks like this, or it's 9, in which case the world looks like that. Either way, this cell has to be land, because if... No, that... No, this does have to be land. Because if this cell is water, then that makes this a 7, which makes this water. That's weird. Okay, but that's land. So let's just mark it unashamedly. It's one of those things. It's... Oh, maybe it could be a 9. Actually, I think it could be a 9. Oh, Red Flash Island already has a 6, is being pointed out. That's true. So that's not a 6, it's a 7. So that's not a 3, because Whisper stuff. So that 7 looks over there and makes that a 9. Unfortunately, ruining D-Web and I's favorite deduction of the puzzle with the fact that now this is there. Very sad. So that was all unnecessary, thinking about that. Now that's not a 9 because of that. Genuinely tragic. This is a 6 or 7 only because it sees 5, 8, and 9. So now this is a 4. So that's not a 4 for sure. Oops. So that's not a 4 is what I was trying to say. So these numbers need to sum to at least 20, but that's not a huge problem. So we will just make do. I'll go ahead and mark these last 2 cells in this row because they can't be 1 or 3 because there is a 1-3 pair in the last row. And now this one can't be 9 because there's a 9 on the island. And this one can't be 7 because there's a 7 on the island. Oh, this cell 2 I should also mark. Also can't be 1 because of the 1-3 pair. So if I look at this, not these 9 cells, there's a 5, 6, 7 triple there, which makes that a 9. Giving me that this is a 6, 7, or 8. So we've got that. Row 7, column 8 sees every high, calls Garion. So it sees 6, 7, 8, and then it sees 9 in the region, right? So this is the low one. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. And this is therefore high. It's 6, 7, 8, and it's not a 7 or an 8, apparently. Why is it not an... yeah, okay, so this is just naked 6, which goes with 1, making that a 2, and that an 8, and that a 4, and that a 3. So that was very helpful, very good spot. So that's an 8 and a 6 and a 5. Like that. That is not a 6. It's not a 4. It's a 1 or a 3. I guess I have a 1-3 pair in this whole region as well, but I don't know if I really want to think about that. Well, I do know whether I want to think about it. I don't know if I have to think about it. Let me phrase it that way instead. Let's see. I'm just going to start marking random cells now. We're definitely in the marking random cells phase of the game. So these 3 digits go up here by law of leftovers crap. So there's 9 cells in this column. These 3 need to go in this region. And so the question is, where does the 5 go? The 5 only goes here, making that a 6 and that a 7. So we have all of that. So that is not a 5. We can fill these in and see if anything nice falls out. Nothing. Oh, this has become a 1 at some point. I don't know when that happened, but it became a 1. Okay. So I'm going to just mark these 2 cells just to see if my theory is correct. So one of these, keep in mind, is actually water. So I'm going to actually mark 0 in there as well. But this could never be a 1 because of that. This somehow can be a scadzillion things. I'm disappointed. Okay, well, I will call that a failed venture. And we'll just move on. Okay, so these 2 digits need to sum to at least 10. This is Nordy's point. Just by the fact that these sum to 13, so I need these to sum to more than 10. So they can't involve a 2. And they can't involve a 3 either. So in fact, they are 6 and 7. Nordy is correct, so that's a 4. So this is not a 4 or a 6. This is not a 6 or a 7. For whatever that is worth. This is a something. 1, 2, or 7. These are all something as well. Let's just go ahead and bite the bullet on that. Let's see. Yeah, that didn't really help a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's not column 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so Nicholas is pointing out that this column has every digit. And so we can ask things like, where is the 9 in this column? And the answer is only here, because a 9 there would make the total 11. So in fact, that's a 9, and that's a 7, which makes that a 1. Makes that not a 1. 1 and 7. Therefore, that is a 3. Therefore, that's a 1. These are not 1, and they're not 3 either. I actually knew before there was a 1-3 pair in there and then just didn't mark it. Anyway, these aren't 1. This 3 needs to go in one of these 2 cells. So therefore, none of these are 3, and in particular, that one's a 2. These can't be 3 anymore. Nor can they be 2 anymore. This 4 or 6 and the 3 go up here, so there's no 8 up here. And there's no 2 up here either, actually, because none of these 3 cells are 2. And so this cell can only be 4 or 6. And it's that 4, 6 for whatever that is worth. We've got all of that. So this column, let's fill in that cell as well. It's only 4 or 8, mirroring up with that cell being 4 or 8. Oh, I'm sorry I did something the boring way. I usually try and do it the spicy way. 2 and 3 go there. 1 goes here by Svenning. Okay, probably need to mark these and these cells as well. Brace yourself. This is a naked single 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, this is a naked single 9. So no 9 goes there. Okay, so these sum to 22. Oh, so this is going nowhere close. I can't even get more than 36 if I want. Unfortunate. Let's see. What about that cell? The cell's only a 5 or a 6, and it's not a 6. So this cell is a 5, which means that's not a 5. It's a 3 or a 4. Let's try this again. Maybe I'll be lucky this time. Ah, yes, I am lucky this time. Because this time when I hit mark for this cell, nothing filled in. So let's look at this cell. It sees 1. If it were land, it would see 1. It sees 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. So this cell is indeed a naked single nothing, as I hoped. So thank you for fulfilling my dreams, Math Pesto. That was all I wanted out of this puzzle, was for that to be the way we resolved that. So we have resolved that. So we've got that all sort of filled in now. This needs to be greater than 27, so I need to do math, don't I? So those sum to 12, 19. So I need these to sum to at least 9. So this can't be a 3 or a 4, is the point. So that is a 7 or a 9, I believe. Let's see. Oh, is there a math going on down here? Oh, there's already a 7. That's a good point. So that's a 9. So that's not. That region already also had a 9. Also, this region has a 7, while we're talking about regions that already have things. This cell... Is this really a 2 or a 4, and it can be either? What a nightmare. That's 6. Looks up, so that's not a 6. One of these two is a 6. Whichever it may be. Okay, I think this is greater than 27, regardless of whether that is 3 or 4, if I did my math correctly before. I'm being told this cannot be 1. Ah, this can't be 1 or 8, actually, because 1 and 8 are in the island. Thank you. So that's a 2, which bounces over there, making that an 8 and a 6, making that a 4, making that a 4, and an 8, and a 7, and a 1, and a 6, and a 3, and a 2, and a 4, and a 2. There we go. And a 3, and a 4, and a 3, and a 4. We've got some 3, 4 stuff going on here. So let's see. Those currently sum to 25. So this could be a 1 or a 5 without any issue. I have a fear that this is going to be resolved by the bet tree. No, it's not. There's a 5 in the region already. Thank God. Okay. There is almost a disaster. Okay. Yes, there's already a 5 there. So only 1. Okay. So I believe I'm now comfortable with asking the question about what the bet tree could be. So it's not a 1, a 2. It's not a 3 or a 4. I think it could be a 5. It's not a 6, a 7, or an 8, and I believe it could be a 9. So what do I know about the sum of these? So that's 10, 23, 24. So I need these to sum to less than 12. So if this were a 9, that would not work. So therefore, this is a 3. And now, if the bet tree was a 9, they would sum to 12. That's not going to work. So therefore, this is a 5. And we have finished a very beautiful puzzle. Very lovely, Math Pesto. Worth the 100-minute solve or so. Very cool. The geometry stuff here was cool. Like, there was a lot of bifurcation there. That part I wasn't a fan of. But the thing that was being set up by the bifurcation was awesome. And the fact that ultimately the geometry was resolved by the naked single nothing is exactly what I wanted. By the way, I don't think I actually said congratulations to all the 5-betters out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. I think I was so excited to have finished the puzzle. Yeah, Ambrose, I started a couple hours early today because I don't teach today. We got off from class, so I was like, I'll start early and then we'll see. Because the time I stream on Fridays seems not to work super well for a lot of people, so I figured if at worst, I would just shift it 2 hours early and maybe it would work better for people or whatever. Congrats to all the island betters, indeed. But we'll figure out. Soon I will be on summer break, and then we'll figure out a streaming schedule that hopefully will work well and will not be interfered with by things like having a job and meetings. But very cool. Although my brain really wants this to make my life a better place. So that it works like normal. Maybe a bunch of little dots through all of these. So someone made a comment saying they weren't sure how the arrows worked on my puzzle. I will have to at some point figure that out. Alrighty. I am going to take a quick break, and I will be back shortly. Alright, be right back. Welcome back, everyone. Sorry, I took a minute to shove a slice of pizza in my face and down the rest of my tea. Hot tea and pizza are not a typical combination, but it's the sort of thing you do when you stream. Let's see, row column labels. There we go. All right. By the way, people in chat are talking about pizza topping. So I happen to have a pepperoni and mushroom pizza. Is what I had. That was on my half. Tristan and I get half and half. So people are asking, do I like pineapple? I actually really love pineapple on pizza. But Tristan does not, and pineapple is not the sort of thing you can get on half of a pizza without it making the other pizza, without making the other half of the pizza that much better. So I out of respect for Tristan's sovereignty, I don't get pineapple on pizza unless I'm getting a separate pizza for whatever reason. But actually, like, all the way back when I was in high school, I would like routinely get pizza and bring it back to the dorm, and then everyone would eat it, because they'd be like, oh, can I have a slice? And 20 people ask you for a slice of pizza, and suddenly you don't have a pizza left. So I actually started eating pineapple on pizza because I found that most people would not then ask me if they could have some. So that was my sort of origin story for pineapple, but then I ended up really liking it. Ouch, Math Pesto does not like mushrooms. You're a vegan, right, Math Pesto? So not liking any food that it would be a standard vegan food, I imagine being very difficult. Yeah, I feel like the vegan burgers I like the best are mushroom based, but I'm guessing that's not the case for you. Alrighty. I suppose I was about to say I am not vegan, but I suppose given that I literally just said that I was having a pepperoni pizza, I suppose that kind of went without saying. But there are many good vegan foods to eat anyway. Yeah, Last of Us definitely does not endear you to mushrooms and mushroom people. That is certainly true. Friend in high school who put mustard on chocolate chip cookies. That is impressive. That would be a very good job, or a very good way to make people not eat your cookies if you put mustard on all of them. I mean, I really like mustard. I will say. I feel like in different parts of the country, Ace of Spades is talking about dipping pizza in ranch dressing. I feel like that's very standard in parts of the country with thin crust pizza as the standard. I'm kind of surprised that it's not something I see happening often in Iowa. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of most sorts of ranch dressing. I would clarify, though, it's not a raw-seething hatred of ranch dressing. It's a raw-seething hatred of ranch dressing specifically as a dip for buffalo wings. Because definitely blue cheese is the correct dip for buffalo wings. There are occasional times where, like, ranch flavoring can work with something, but that's not the one. Yeah, and a lot of people would put Cholula on pizza in Arizona. That was a big combination there. Then dip pizza in garlic sauce. Yeah, back when Papa John's was a thing, which I guess Papa John's probably is still a thing, but I've not lived anywhere near one. They would give you like garlic dipping sauce with things, which I'm sure was terrible for you, but was also tasty. It is true. Hot sauce, the right hot sauce definitely works with lots of things. Ooh, Garion suggesting dipping wings in tahini sauce. I've definitely never tried that, but it sounds fabulous. Yeah, I really liked the lime Cholula, and then when they came out with the chipotle Cholula, then I was all on board with that too. Oh boy, that really makes me want to tell a story that will upset Tristan. Karen, at some point, Tristan, and another friend were at a pizza place, and they were talking about ordering this garlic aioli pizza, and I was trying to tell them at the time that aioli was mayonnaise, and that they were basically ordering a mayonnaise pizza. I was like, and they were both very emphatic that was not the case. And then, of course, they got a mayonnaise pizza. It was definitely one of those moments of being like, yeah. Very much like Carolyn on last night's episode of Survivor, trying to tell people that the hidden immunity idol was fake. If you watch that, one of your friends orders ranch with wings just so he can drink the ranch. I mean, I actually like the celery. Dipping the celery in ranch wouldn't actually bother me. I'd slightly prefer to dip the celery in blue cheese, and the blue cheese is there anyway to put with the thing. We've suddenly turned into the Zetamath Does Food channel, but I'm here for it. Oh yes, the joy of fake immunity idols is always amazing. This is going to be a comment for a very, very narrow range of the population, but it is amusing that in this season of Survivor, they did the thing from the second season of the Korean show The Genius, where they actually gave fake idols to people. By the way, if you've not watched the Korean show The Genius, I strongly recommend it. It is the best of these sort of competition reality shows that I really like. Although I also am a big fan of De Mol from Belgium. Alrighty, so yes, the very melodramatic Jeff Probst. This is not a hidden immunity idol. Throws it into the fire. You know, the whole bit. All right. Ceci n'est pas un idol d'immunité. I would. Someone must have made the meme of that, but I have not seen it. But I would love to see it. Yes, there are some letters in my Sudoku puzzle, which is going to be interesting as an experiment. So what the story here is that there's this whole genre of ciphered Japanese sums puzzles, which is broadly completely inaccessible and impenetrable, and all the puzzles from it take 6 hours and are like 6 out of 5 stars. But to combat this, Niverio made a short series of, I think, 3 total puzzles that are in the 2-star to 3-star ciphered Japanese sums puzzles difficulty range. So I wanted to today, sort of in the spirit of the Zeta tutorial series, although I'm not making this sort of an official Zeta tutorial, but in the spirit of the Zeta tutorial series, I wanted to just do this string of easier ciphered Japanese sums puzzles, just so that it's something that in particular can be linked to for people who are looking at these and having no idea what they are. Now, I'm going to admit, every time I set one of these, because I've set 2 sort of ciphered Japanese sums puzzles, 3 of Diamonds, shout out to MicroStudy, and the game Taiji, and Berlin. And every time I set one, my brain gets emblazoned with what all the letters mean. So in my brain, when I read this GE clue, I immediately read it to be the number from Berlin, which it probably isn't. I mean, maybe it is, who knows, but we'll see. Anyway. So there's going to be different rules for each of these puzzles by a little bit, but one thing they will all share, I believe, is that we will, in all of the puzzles, be shading some cells in rows or columns of the grid and unshading others. So there'll be some shaded, some unshaded, some shaded. Ranks would do it the opposite way. Whichever in your heart of hearts you believe is shaded and unshaded, you can do it that way. For me, the one that's shaded will be shaded, and the one that is unshaded will be unshaded. But if you want to do it the other way, that's fine. And so the clues in a row tell you something about the sums of the shaded digits. So in this case, for example, let's look at this. If this were the shading, this would break the row into 2 strings of shaded cells. They're broken up by this, and these clues outside the grid tell you about the sum of those cells. So for example, here, these would sum to a single digit number. You might already complain that something is wrong here, but just imagine this would sum to a single digit number, and these would sum to a number starting with K. And so you know a couple things, even just from something like this. You know there's 3 strings of shaded cells in this row, and you know that each of them sum to something that ends in 5, and you know that C is 5. No, that's not true. You know that each of them sum to something ending in C. All right. So additionally, in this case, we have Tapa rules. So we have to read what Tapa rules are because I have done like 3 of them, and they've all been on stream. So we need to shade some empty cells to create a single connected wall. Numbers in a clued cell indicate the length of the consecutive shaded block. For example, if these cells are shaded and these are unshaded, this would be a 5 because that is a length 5 shaded contiguous block in the neighboring 8 cells. And so regardless of the shading of the clued cell, right? So a 5 clue here just means that. And note, it would not be this because it's the length of the consecutive shaded block, and in this case, it's not a consecutive block. And so in an ordinary Tapa, this would be clued as 4-1 because there'd be one length 1 and then 4 length 1s. In this case, that's not true because in this case, all the clues are 1 digit. But okay, we are told that clues are unshaded. Yes, clues are unshaded, so we can unshade all of these. And remind me, the second I try and do it, that whatever digit is F does not go in this cell, because I'm going to try and put F there and K there and C there over and over and over again. So it is your job to stop me from doing that, because reflexively to me, this means the letter J goes in the cell. No shade at Niverio for doing it that way. That's just my reflex. So we have that. All right, and so we have that rule for shading. All the shaded stuff is connected. The shaded stuff can't form a 2x2. And I think that is what we're doing. Okay, so C immediately is 1, 2, or 3. Because there is either 1 or 2 or 3 shaded cells around this. Likewise, question mark is 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Okay, that's not super helpful. By the way, it is always a rule in good Ciphered Japanese sums puzzles that question mark, if it's leading a number, cannot be 0. So, in other words, these all do really sum to 2-digit numbers, even though there's a question mark at the front. Okay. So F is also at most 5. It's only the shaded that have to be connected, right? The unshadeds don't have to be connected in Tapa, I do not believe. Let's see. Yes, the shaded cells form the single connected wall. Got it. Okay. So if this is shaded, it's an A, which Tallcat believes is a problem. F is also a leading digit here. So F is certainly not 5, because the absolute maximum, well, it can't even be 4, actually. Oh, that's right. Niverio does this backwards. Right, okay, so it's the unshaded cells that we put numbers in So, sorry, yes, it's the unshaded cells that we put numbers in. Got it. Okay, sorry. In my brain, we were doing this differently. We were doing it the opposite, but it's the unshaded cells whose sum we get. Okay. Yes, so F is definitely not 4 either, because I would need to make... Oh, no, F could be 4. Never mind, sorry. But the point is that we need to put a digit here. Wait, I don't see... I can put A in this cell, right? Because the C doesn't mean there's a C in this cell. I don't think that that is in the rules. I don't think that's how the rules work, Tallcat. This being a C doesn't mean that the digit that goes in the cell is a C. Unless that is in there. It does mean that? Where does it say? I've read over this so many times and I've not understood that to be the case. But Niverio says it is. So if it does mean that, then... Because I thought this was just a Tapa clue. So is this not the Tapa clue? Or is it double? Is it both saying there's a C that goes in the cell and C is the Tapa clue? It's a Tapa clue and the digit C. Okay. So it does mean there's a C in the cell. Okay. So, sorry, I cannot find that in the rules, but I will just believe it. So this is a C Tapa clue, and there needs to be a C in the cell. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, and there needs to be a C in the cell. C and A are not the same. So that is the thing that people would like. And so the point is, because this cell contains a C, it can't be a one-cell Japanese sum clue. So if I made this shaded, my Japanese sums clue here would be saying C is equal to A, which is not possible. That's specifically against the rule. So therefore that is unshaded, and therefore this is shaded, because the second I make this unshaded, I'm now summing at least 4 numbers, and that's going to sum to at least 10. That's not going to work. So this is going to be unshaded. And now... Sorry, this is going to be shaded. Now, note, shaded cells are not allowed to have digits. Only unshaded cells are allowed to have digits in this puzzle. So we have that, and that is a very relevant thing. And we can do the same logic over here, where C and B are not the same. And so, therefore, this cell also has to be green. But this C is a Tapa clue, and so, therefore, that has to be shaded, because the Tapa clue can't be 0. Actually, wait, can a Tapa clue be 0? Maybe a Tapa clue can be 0. C is now definitely not 2 or 3. C is... Oh, how do I know C's not 0? Oh, I just assumed C's not 0, but I think Tapa clues can be 0? Let's read this. Can Tapa clues be 0? Right. It's a digit in a grid. It's a digit in the grid is the point. It's because of the fact that the rules don't say it, I don't think, but I need to put a C in this cell. So C can't be 0. So therefore C is 1. And this is shaded. And I've not thus far done a fantastic job of making this look as easy as I was hoping to. All right, but we will have Zach do his one dance. Boop-boop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, woo! Boop-ba-doo, woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-wah! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. And so now the point is this F clue is saying, because it's a Tapa clue, that there's only one contiguous group of gray cells around it. So therefore these must connect, and they can only connect around this way, because if they connected around this way, although Sven might let me do it, it would be off the grid, and that's not allowed. So now F is 4. And now I'm going to need all of these digits in order to get to a 40-something clue. In fact, there's a 41 clue here. So all of these are going to need to be green. No, that's not true. Sorry, that's incorrect. Because there's 10 cells here. Sorry, I keep thinking this is 9 by 9. It's not 9 by 9. Yes, do please take a second to like the stream. There's a new animation when you like the stream, so you should appreciate the animation when you like the stream. This I know is a 4. Right, and so these are my outies, and so, right, okay, so here's the point. I can have no more, I need to actually, given that I have an outie of 4 here, I actually need all remaining 8 digits to be part of the 40-something clue. Because if all remaining 8 digits are not part of the 40-something clue, then there's at least a 1 out, and then this would not sum to 41. But the 8 digits sum to 41, which is what they're supposed to. So there have to be 8 of these 8 digits being green. There are 8 of those 8 digits being green. Okay. Not all of this stuff is green, because if all of this was green, this clue would not be correct. And so therefore this gray needs to at least make it that far, because the grays form one connected gray region. This cell contains an H. And there's another sum. So in this column, there's only 2 sums to H. And therefore, this can never be green, because if this was green, it would have to join that, and then H would be a double-digit number. So that's always gray. Just in the column. Let's see. Okay, let's see. I need to make sure I get 3 more in here, but that's fine. No big problem there. There's an F and an A in this column. I don't know what A is. I guess A I know is coming from whether this is 2 or 3. Right? This can't be as big as 5, because as big as 5 would make this sum 10. And so that, again, these 3 cells sum to A is how the summing works. So this is a 2 or a 3, which will always make a 7 or 8 over there. So we have that. So A is 7 or 8. So this cell's definitely not an A, not green. If this cell was green, it would be a big problem. Here's why. If this cell is green, it now contains the digit A. So it contains a 7 or 8. But now B is 1 plus 7 or 8 plus something else. That's not going to work. So in fact, this cell is shaded. Okay. So this can be anything in the world. I also love that, Sarah. It's true. K is a max of 3 because of this Tapa clue Chad is pointing out. So K can only be 2 or 3 because of this. So this is a 2 or a 3 because, again, the Tapa clue says all of these are connected. So this is a 2 or a 3. And G is the other 2, 3, Chat's pointing out, because G is also a first digit. The only digits that can be first digits are 1, 2, 3, 4. And so 1 and 4 are gone, so G is also 2 or 3. This is why this is a nicer Japanese sums puzzle. most of the harder ones won't give you first digits of things. They will instead give you harder ones, or they'll instead make you sort of figure that one out on your own. So these are from 0, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And lots of them I know aren't 0. So anything that shows up in one of these is not 0. So B is not 0. D, I think, could be 0. Chat will tell me if I'm missing it somewhere. E, I think, can be 0. H cannot be 0 because it shows up over here. J cannot be 0 because it shows up over here. So we've got all of those figured out. Yeah, H is a single digit. H goes here. So so your point is H can't be 9 because of that? Yeah, H can't be 9. I agree. D also can't be 9 because this is a multi-digit sum. I know this is a multi-digit sum to H I guess for many reasons. Well, this is not a 0 because it shows up in the grid, but it's not a 9 because this is a multi-digit sum to H. And actually, H isn't 9, so it's actually not an 8 either. This can only be a 5, 6, or 7 in order to make that work. Could still have 2 green cells, though. That would be okay. Now B can't be 5 if I do this. Tallcat says this H can't be 3 cells. I don't know why. Something about that. Oh, this H coming down here. Right. Okay. So Tallcat's point is that this cell has to be shaded. So if this cell's unshaded, let's go into our bifurcation palette just to show what happens. If this cell's unshaded, it's part of an H sum. But that digit is an H. So it's not a 1-cell H sum. So it's a 3-cell H sum, which is fine. You can have a 3-cell H sum. Except now these are all isolated. And so all of these therefore become green. And now we have broken the dickens out of these clues. Like, take your pick as to which of them has become broken. All of them have become broken. And so therefore, Tallcat's point is that this cell is shaded. No idea if it's useful. There's only one string of green in this column. So this isn't gray. This is also something best shown with the bifurcation palette. Except I don't have a gray in my bifurcation palette, so I'm just going to use black for bifurcation for this. If this is gray, because of the no 2x2 rule, it immediately makes this green. But the problem is now there's already more than one string of green. So that cell is in fact always green. So that's always gray because the grays are connected in order to make that possibly work. Okay. So we have all of that going on. Okay, and I do need to make sure I still get some greens over down here. Because I need 2 strings of greens left over down here. They could each be 1 cell. It's totally fine if they're 1 cell. That would be perfect. Just have to be careful about that. Is it possible none of these are gray? Okay, let's enter bifurcation mode again. If none of these are gray, this row's just broken. So I can only have sort of 1 separator over here, and I can't get to 4. So the reason why I'm interested in that is I know that either all of these are green or all of these are green, because again, it's a Tapa clue, so there's only one direction of these. And I just proved these aren't the ones that are all green, so therefore these are all green. Which is interesting. Oh. Well, that's very interesting. So now this is a 3-digit sum to J. That's a surprise. This connects. Now this is a double-digit sum, so that's always green in order to make this a double-digit sum. Because it's either those two or all three of these that work that way. This is part of a double-digit sum, so that's always green. J is a sum of 3 digits, so J is not 5, as Nicholas points out. I can probably do better than that if I think about it later. But not immediately, I don't think. Let us see. Certainly each of these is at least 2 green cells, but I think we've still got 1 degree of latitude. Here's another thing that's good to do in the bifurcation palette. So if I slide all of these cells that are at least 2 digits to the left, then all of these cells become green. I only have sort of 1 degree of freedom on that, which is to slide them all to the right instead. And yes, if you claim this isn't really a proof, I will agree with you. But it's what people do anyway. If I slide them all to the right instead, then these cells end up shaded. That didn't super show up. Let's try and make it that. These end up shaded instead. And so the point is, whether I slide them all the way left or all the way right, these 3 cells always end up green. And so this is a nonogram trick. Wait, which cells was it? Oops. It's that one. Let me circle them. It's that one. It's every 3, but starting in the second, is the bizarre thing that happens. You can convince yourself of why it is every 3, but starting in the second, if you think about the math behind it. But anyway, these are no longer circles. And so now this gray needs to get out. So it gets out through there for sure. This green is part of a 2-cell sum, so that green comes there for sure. These can't join, or we're not getting to enough sums, so that's gray, and that's green, because this is a 2-cell sum. This gray has to get out, so it's going to get out through, it's going to get out through there and through there for sure. Now that green needs to connect to this green because there's only 2 clues in this column. So that is green. That's the maximum this can possibly be. So those are both gray. But now these 2 cells are a minimum of 1, 2, which is 3. So this can't be a 7 because again, this is a sum to H. So D is now down to only 5 or 6. These are from 1, 2, 3. And one of them is for sure a 1. And H is now a minimum of 8. But H is not 9, so H is 8. And so if H is 8, that just makes that an 8. Except that we knew H wasn't 9 from down here, so now we've actually hit our min equals max life, which is all that we have ever really wanted. So now that's a 5 in order to make that happen. And so D is 5. That is not... Yeah, none of these are 5 or 8. None of them were 5 anyway. We've got a 6, 7, 9, a 6, 7, 9. Oh, this one's not 8. So now A is 7. I missed. So A is 7 because H and A can't be the same. So therefore that's a 2 because these sum to A. So we get all of that. Oh, this K is a Tapa clue, so that's always gray, because 2 or 3, regardless how I do my 2, it's that, and if I do 3, it's all of those, of course. So A is 7, that's not 7, that's not 7. J is 6, 7, or 9. Oh, well, it's not 9. There's no way that 9 of the surrounding 8 cells are in fact gray. So J is not 9. J is only 6 or 7. And if J is 6 or 7, that means at least 6 cells out of this string are gray. So that means at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At least these all have to be gray, because regardless of where I start my 6, I get a lot of gray out of that. All of that is in fact gray. I have to shove a GE clue up here, so that's always going to be that. G can't possibly be 2, or can't possibly be 3 anymore, because G is now a sum of 3 cells, in fact, because G I know is at least 2. So I'm not doing that without fewer than 3 cells. And so G is 2, K is 3, and now this is a 3-cell Tapa clue. There's only 3 cells it can be. So that is there. Oh, my phone is ringing. Okay, so we've got all of that. Now, Eckbert has a really good point, which is that this is a 20-something clue. What is it? 20, 26, or 29. I can't get to 26 or 29. So, in fact, E is 0. Very smartly. Oh, I already know what 7 is. 7 is A. So J is actually 6. B is 9. So we've got our alphabet figured out here. So that part is all done. Tallcat is very excited for me to fill in this 5 Tapa clue. So these two need to connect. They can't connect around that way, so they connect around this way. But they're not at 5 yet, so they connect there. This is green because I have to avoid a 2x2. So we have all of that. Okay. This row, which I was thinking was row 8, but it's actually row 9, as Garion points out. Its shading is completely forced, because I need to get one more of these in, or I need to get 4 total clues here, and I can actually just fill these in, because K is 3, H is 8, and J is 6. So those just get filled in for free, running across there. Now, these need to connect, so we get that. Have to avoid a 2x2, so we get that. Oh, these are green when I'm filling in the Tapa clue. You can do that. Okay. So, what else can we do? Sayori's point is, I'm going to guess, judging by the fact that people said it's about row 6, column 2, is that this is a sum to 11, 21, 31, or 41. And I can't get any of those numbers if I make this a 1, given that it's a 2-cell sum. So this is a 2, and that's a 1, and that's a 9. Not that. That's not the 9. That's the 9. So all of these sums are 11. So we get that. Let's see. Okay, so this is going to be a sum to, now if I look at this column, 20. Because I can't get to 30, and I certainly can't get to 10, because I'd have to repeat the 1/2. So these two add to 11 exactly, and they're not 1, 10, 2, 9, 4, 7, so they're either 5, 6, or 3, 8. That's not the 5, so that's not the 6, so we have each of those. If I make this green, I think I'm going to break the 11 sum. Because if I make this green, I'm going to need to use the 3. And what am I going to use the 3 with? I'm going to use the 3 with the 5 or the 6. And I can't use the 3, I can't use the 3 and a 5 or a 6. So this can't be green. That may or may not have been Sarah's point. I haven't yet gotten there. And so this question mark now is actually filled in. It's now actually a 5. Oh, wow. I bet Sarah was way smarter than I was. Because this was just known to be a 4 or a 5 because it's a Tapa clue, and I was completely ignoring that. And it couldn't be a 4 because there's a 4 in the column, so it was forced to be a 5. Well, my mathy way to do it was still cool, but not the right way to do it. So that is a 5, not a 5, that's not a 6. So we get our 3, 8. Only 3 here makes a single cell sum, so that's a 3 and that's an 8. K is 30-something, so the only way to get to 30-something is for all of these to be green, and for these to, in fact, be 6, 7, 8, 9. Like that. So we've got all of that. Oh, we know what J is. DWeb points out J is 6. That is a 6. You're right. And so this is a green-gray pair. Sayori points out this is an A, and A is 7, so that's just a 7. And then the question is this an F? What is F? F is 4. So this is either 4 or a 1-3 pair adding to 4. We don't know which yet. Oh, Garion again with a nice spot about this row. This row needs 3 separate strings of green. So that is gray, and that is green. And so this is a B, and B is 9. This is a question mark. I haven't decided what question mark is yet. So we've got all of that. This is a J, actually. So J is 6. These sum to J, so they're a 1 and a 2, and I know the order. By sudoku, and that needs to be gray to break it. I now need a sum to 16 up here. And so the question is it a 2-cell sum to 16 or a 3-cell sum to 16? Well, either way, that's green. Okay, so Carl is pointing out that if I maximize this, I'm going to learn what it is, because the absolute maximum this can be is 875, and those do, in fact, add to 20, which is what this needs to add to. So this is just 875, and this is whatever it is. It's not a 0 or a 5 or an 8. It's only a 1 or a 2, but it doesn't actually matter from a Sudokological perspective. This can't be green. If this was green, I have to make these things sum to 2 H's. So if this is green, I'd have to, like, bundle all of these together or something. It's just never going to work. That's always gray. I mean, I don't think it's going to get me anything. But we will make do. Sayori pointing out that this 1 is actually relevant to the 11 sum. So the 11 sum has 2 greens in it, actually. And so these are 3, 7, or 4, 6. That's not 6, that's not 4. So the question is, which of those breaks both ways to make 11 that we have left? So what are my ways to make 11? 3, 8 seems possible in this row. Of course, it would be in that order. 4, 7 would break both of these, so I can't do that. And 5, 6 actually seems possible. So I think I don't actually get a one of these would break every way to make that sum, which is what I thought we were doing, but that's not what we're doing, apparently. At least not yet. We might be doing it later. Okay. This, Sarah points out, is part of a double-digit sum. So it's not a 1-cell double-digit sum, so that's always green. That tells me what's going on in this column. That would have made that previous deduction in this column a hell of a lot easier, I'll tell you that. Because now this is a 3-cell sum to H, so that has to be gray. These grays have to get out, so that has to be gray. So there's no negative constraint on Tapa clues. Please tell me there's no negative constraint on Tapa clues. So yeah, so the bet tree has to be unshaded because otherwise Niverio wouldn't have made it the bet tree. Yeah, I was about to look at H in 3 cells. So what is H? H is 8. So yeah, so that's never a 6. This is if this is a 3, then these are a 1 4. If that's a 5, these are a 1 2. So these are always from 1 2 4. That one's never a 2. That one's never a 4. So these are actually a 1 2 pair out of nowhere. I really don't want to fill that in unless I absolutely have to. Let's see. Again, H is 8, so this is not a 9. And now, actually, because this digit's at least 6, there's no way there's a 3-cell sum. So actually, that's also gray. So either this is an 8. This can't be a 7, because if this is a 7, then I need to put a 1 there, which is going to break this in half. So if this is a 6 and that's a 2, it would make this 1 3 4, but that seems okay. Row 3 is being pointed out, Isaac, needs its shading to be forced because of this rule. So I need to have 4 separate strings of green, and I now do, in order to make that work. And so now, as soon as that happened, that actually forced that this is an 8. So again, we probably overthought, we probably overthought this H clue, just a wee bit. This gray certainly needs to get out, so that gray is going to crawl all the way up the column. I need 2 separate strings of green in this column, so that's gray. Let's see. So we have that. This is either an F or part of a sum to F, so it's either a 4 or a 1 3. This is shaded because this is a Tapa clue, and it wouldn't be a valid Tapa clue if it wasn't shaded. Not sure if it does anything, but it does something. It gives me a 7 here at least. That's not nothing. So that's an 8. These are not 8. That's not a 7. Column 4 needs to have more green because there's only a question mark H clue, so there's a green there. That's 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 cells there. This gray is now detached, so it needs to connect over this way, which makes that green. In order to make that work. And now this is unattached, so this needs to connect over like that in order to make that work. And we've finished our shading. Let's see. Okay, so now this is an F, which is just 4. This is a K, which is just 3. This is a question mark, and this is a question mark. We still don't know about those. These sum to 16 now, because J is 6, and so they're not summing to 26 or more, so they're summing to 16, which means that these are a 7 and a 9, and I know the order, actually. So we get that. We'll do a dance for the shading. Ba-boop-ba-doo! Woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-doo! Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Always appreciate your extra bit of pep around here. That's an F, so that's also a 4. This being only a 3 or a 5 has made this have fewer options. So the thing that this is not is a 5. This is only a 6 or an 8 now. The shading dance should start with Zach covering the camera. Zach will remember that. This is a J, so these are a 1 3 pair in order to make this sum to 6. A lot of these sort of cipher Japanese sums puzzles are just scanning to see the relevant clues. So this is a double-digit sum, so that can't be a... Oh, this could be a 1 if that's a 9. But it's not a 1 because there's a 1-3 pair over there, so that's a 4. And this is at least 6 in order to make that work. So we've got all of that done. Probably want to shade this. This is not a 0. We'll fill that in. Okay, so yeah, these are everything. Okay, so now I'm prepared to fill these in. I was not previously prepared to fill them in, but I'm now willing to fill them in. They're not 0, and they're not 1 or 2, because there's a 1-2 pair in the row. Okay, so... Oh! Tallcat points out this H clue has a 4 in it now. So the H clue with a 4 in it, remember H is 8. So this is a 1 and a 3. So that's a 2. These are no longer involved in the 3 business. Let's see. Sayori really wants me to force this, but I'm going to save that for the end. I might be at the end, but I'm going to save that for the end. Notice that these two cells need to sum to 10. And neither of them is able to be 3 anymore. So they have to be 6 and 4 now, which makes that an 8. Makes these not 8. Makes that not 6. Makes that not 6. Yeah, I know these are summing to 30. Don't know anything about this sum. Let's see it. This sum is completely forced. This sum needs to be 16. And so that being a 6 means these need to add to 10. And they can only do that as 1 and 9. Making that a 3. Making that a 7. Hey, Alex, how are you doing? That's a 5-6 pair now, looking at an 8. This is not a 7 anymore, so those are a 6-9 pair. And now we have to look at column 4. And so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we have 8 digits in column 4. So 1 digit is missing. So it sums to 45 minus that digit, and it ends in an 8. So therefore it sums to 38. And therefore the digit missing in this column must be a 7, I'm going to guess is what Carl's point was. Because in order to sum to 38, I need to have everything but 7. So that's not a 6, and that's not a 6 either, so it's a 5. And that's a 6, which makes that a 9, and that a 6, and that a 9. And now, where does 1 go in this column, given that 1 has to go in this column because 7's the only digit that doesn't? 1 looks at the betting tree, so the betting tree is not a 1. So that's where 1 goes. And therefore, we now ask where 2 goes, and 2 finishes the puzzle. Very nice. I feel like I made a horrendous mess out of this, more so than usual. But very nice puzzle. Very gentle intro to all of this. Very neat. And every step in that felt very pleasant. Even the thing I was avoiding at the end was very pleasant. With the sum of these and the outies in this column was not monstrous. So yeah, very nice overall. I liked that a lot. I did solve for B in the cleanest possible way, I seem to recall. So I did very well in that. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, quicker than last time probably, and I'll be back with another puzzle. Alrighty, welcome back. So we are going to do it again, but this time our genre that is combined with an easy Japanese sums puzzle is Nurikabe. This one is 3 stars, whereas the other was 2 stars, but I'm better at Nurikabe than I am at Tapa, so we'll see how it goes. Okay, so same rules for the cipher, same rules for the Japanese sums. Again, green cells get digits, gray cells don't. We've got our letters, but now the shaded cells need to sort of isolate the world into quote-unquote islands, if you will, where every island of unshaded cells contains a clue. And so all of these are going to be unshaded. So this is going to be similar, actually, to the first puzzle we did today. That was not by design. It just happened that way. And they're going to give the size of the island that they live in. So this sort of connected group of green. Digits cannot repeat on islands. And all shaded cells must be orthogonally connected. And there can't be a 2x2 of shaded cells anywhere in the grid. Okay. So do you have a betting tree for this one, Niverio? Admittedly, this is a much more appealing combo of rules to me. Although I imagine that I will come to appreciate Tapa the more the more Tapas I do. While Niverio looks for that, I'm going to notice that H is neither equal to A, E, nor F. So this is going to expand in both of these directions. However, this island already has a clue, so neither of those can be island. Row 4, column 7 is the bet tree. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. Hopefully that's actually row 4, column 7. It looks like it is. So now A had better be 1. Because if A is not 1, then I need to make these sum to a number that's more than 1. So A is 1. Also, I appreciate A being the first digit that you think about. I don't. In my puzzles, when I set them, it always works out that the order you think about the letters is the order that the letters appear. I don't know if this counts as the digit for the puzzle. I'm gonna say no, not yet. But we shall see. Sayori pointing out that there's at most 3 greens here for the last string, and so all of these are automatically gray. This is a double-digit sum, so that's green at the very least. And in fact, actually, it's not just a double-digit sum. It's a double-digit sum that's at least 20, because A is 1, so that's also green. Oh, this could just get away with doing something complete nonsense like that. I was thinking that this is going to... Oh, no, sorry. It's not going to be able to because of this clue. This clue tells me that this green grows. And this clue tells me that this green grows. And now H can only be 3 or 4. Because H can't ever take these cells because they would merge the thing. So H is 3 or 4. This gray has to get out and this gray has to get out. I don't know why I didn't think about that. Oh, actually, no, I know how this is going to work. This is super cute. This has to be gray. Because if this is gray, then the gray ends, because that becomes green because of the no 2x2 rule. So in fact, H is 4. And we're going to get to do our 4 dance. It's one of my personal favorites. Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. So E can now only be a few things. In fact, both E and F can only be a few things. Because this digit can't even be as small as... Oh, sorry. It could be 6. Can't be 7, because then E would be 1 and A is already 1. And it could be 8 or 9. And for those 3 cases, what do those 3 cases each make E? They make E 0, which I haven't scanned yet to see if is actually possible. or 2 or 3. So E is 0, 2, or 3. There's a very similar story to be told about F, because, again, this can only be 6, 8, or 9. And so F is 0, 2, or 3. Oh, yes, there is a 2x2 rule that, yeah, the rules to this, sorry, I can shrink myself. That's probably what I really should do. We can make me a smaller zeta for today. E is not 0 because E shows up as a leading digit. So because E shows up as a leading digit is definitionally not 0. Also, this clue is big. It's at least 20-something. Do I get so lucky as that F ever shows up in one of those places? It does not appear so to me. Okay, this is a double-digit clue. It's the question mark B clue, so that's always green. I'm allowed a 2x2 of green, by the way. That's totally fine. Let's see. There's 4 in this column, which is interesting. 4 different clues. But I don't quite think I can say anything about it yet. Oh, right. So DWeb has this. So C here can only be 2 or 3, because it's not 1 or 4, and it's not 0. So C is also 2 or 3, just by virtue of being a lead digit. Technically, you could say it's not 4 because of math, but you don't even need to, because H is already 4. And so C, E are a 2-3 pair, and therefore F is 0. And therefore this digit's a 6. And therefore this digit's not a 6. It is an 8 or a 9. Very cool. So we get that. Okay, people are saying I can't make C3 because of something to do with this row. These would sum to 40. It still seems like 40 leaves me enough. 40 plus, I still have a 5. But multiple people are convinced, so it's possible I am missing something. It's very likely, in fact, that I am missing something. It's kind of my job around here. Let's see. But I will just stick to this. No. That's the point. This is a single-digit sum. If that's a 9, that never works. So in fact, that's actually an 8 and a 1, and that makes C2. Sorry, no, that makes E2. So C is 3. So to the people who claimed that C was not 3, you were incorrect. C is 3. And so this needs to be green as well, because I'm now getting to a size of 30 at least. Oh, and I can't get to a size of 30 even in even in 4 cells, because the only way to do that would be as 6, 7, 8, 9. So in fact, that's also green. And now I need room for another cell, so that's gray and that's green. This gray needs to get out. This green needs to get out because it doesn't have a clue yet. This is currently at 7, so this is only 7, 8, or 9. These sum to an absolute minimum of 40, so this is an absolute maximum of 5. It's not a 4, because there's a 4 in the row already, so this is 1, 2, 3, or 5. This is a single-digit sum in the column, so that's gray. This is green. How is this the one that was rated as 3 stars, and the other one was rated as 2 stars? This feels way more natural than the other one to me, but how should I know? I should go ahead and fill in, actually, that I know that these are a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 quintuple. But this island actually can't possibly have size 5. In fact, at the bare minimum, this island has size 8, right? Because the G clue is the closest one, and if it takes the G clue, Oh, no, that's 7. So G's at least 7. It's not 5 or 6. Yeah, famous last words indeed. I'm sure I will, but it'll make good content if now from here the puzzle turns into a disaster. Okay. Oh, right. It can't even take the G clue like that. Because there are 4 green bits in the column. So if it takes the G clue, it has to take it like that, which would force it to be a 9. Otherwise, it has to take this clue, which would make it a 9 as well. So actually, regardless of which of these it does, I think it has to be a 9. Do we agree with that? There's no way to sort of take the... There's no way to take the thing without using 9 cells. So I think, in fact, I think G is 9. No, sorry, it's not G that's 9. It's this region has size 9. I just don't know which way it has size 9 in. I don't know if it's G or not. Right. D-Web catches me. I proved this island has size 9. Is what I actually proved. Let's see. So I still need some more single-digit clues up here. Right. I did stuff with G. One of these two is 9, is what I've actually proven. Let's see. This is a single-digit sum. So this is not part of the single-digit sum. This is also a single-digit sum. Interestingly, the J is part of a... So this cell's always green, funnily enough. I wonder if this is Niverio's deduction that Niverio liked. This cell's always green for the reason that J is part of a question mark J clue. And as soon as you're a part of a question mark J clue, that means the other cells need to sum to at least 10, so there need to be at least 2 of them. So this is always green, which means that's gray. In order to make that work. Let's see. Okay, in this row... these two are separate, because these two can't go together. There's a gray cell, at least one, in here. So those take care of these two. So this is the double-digit sum. And E is actually at least 2. So this is at least 3 cells in size. So all of those go over there like that. These can't join because it would be putting 2 clues in the same area. Okay, now I've got to be really careful that I get to my requisite number of clues in this column. Right, I need to make this gray and this green in order to get to 4. I certainly can never merge these, but there's always exactly 2 clues down here. So there have to be 2 clues up here, and I only get that if I gray that and green that. Like that. And this digit is a D, which is... Oh, I have no idea what it is, which is 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Hooray. This digit is a question mark, which is a problem because there's already a question mark in the region, so we've broken the puzzle. Okay. Oh, right. Carl points out E is 2. Wait. We already knew E was 2. Carl might be like 10 minutes behind or something. But Carl's point that we should consider that E is 2 is important, because EJ is at least 25. It can't be a 3-cell sum. So this has got to be a 4-cell sum to EJ. So that's green, which now makes this gray, because this gray has to escape. Now we've got that. We know there's a gray in here. There's 2 question marks that aren't very useful. There's a single cell sum here that's not very useful. Let's see. Okay, so this is at least 4. I should be filling in what these things are. So this is a big island. This island is at least 4, for no other reason than that. G I know is at least 5, so that's at least 5. This 9 doesn't mean that, Sayori. This 9 means that this is a 9-cell region. This 9 is just me noting that I know that whichever cell this takes, it makes one of these two a 9. And that's the 9 that this is getting. Let's see. Okay, so question mark B. But yeah, in terms of actual digits, these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 at absolute maximum. Okay. So B is at least 5. So if this is a 2-cell sum, then B is quite restricted. But of course, there's no reason it has to be a 2-cell sum. It could be a 3-cell sum. Let us see here. This needs to find an island. Is that going to be a problem for it? Okay. Good point from Isabella. This needs to connect, so it at least comes out to there. I was so close. Oh no. Oh no. I almost had the deduction, but I have no idea what I was saying. I felt like I was just saying a bunch of nonsense. I was filibustering my own stream. Let's see. Yes, I know one of these is gray. There's a C in this row, so that C sum's actually 2 cells at least. 2 or 3. Oh, it's 2 cells. Oh, that's interesting. Wait. No, this isn't a C, it's a G. Never mind. That's much less interesting. This is a G, not a C. It's just very covered up. Let's see. Mark A could be 11. Row 4, column 6 can't be green. Is it if this is green, I don't have room in this column? That's true. There are 4 clues in this column. So if I make these green, yeah, that's right. Okay, yes, so that's true. Okay, so completely correct to Sir Woozle there. If I make this green, I now just don't have room to put 4 greens into this column. So that's always gray, which means that's always green. These grays need to get out of this box, so that's always gray. And that's always gray. Yeah, these two sum to 10. We know that. Now my greens need to do that, and my grays do that, just to finish the column at all. So these sum to 10, and these sum to 11, for whatever that is worth. So we've got all of that. This gray needs to get out regardless of how life works. Here's where it's really useful to know that the bedding tree is green. Tallcat wants me to look at these two together, but it doesn't look promising to me as it currently sits. So I know these sum to 11 and these sum to 20. So the remaining okay. So I think I think Tallcat actually wants me to just add all of this crap together. And in particular, just these two? Oh, right. Okay, that's genius. So the point is, these sum to 30-something. These sum to 10-something. So the digits that I omit from this land need to sum to at most 5. So this can't be 7. It has to be an 8 or a 9. Oh, no, it's even better than that. It's better than that, because I know that B is big. B is at least 5. And so 15 plus 30 just is 45, is the joke. There we go. Okay. So 15. So the point is here, the absolute minimum sum of the green cells here is 15, and the absolute minimum sum of the green cells here is 30, and 30 plus 15 is 45. And so therefore I need 9 cells in green just in these cells alone. Okay. So all of this is gray. If I'd have seen that, I really liked it, but I didn't see it, so I hate it. Is the only fair answer. Let's see. But if I'd have seen it, I'd have really, really liked it. Let's see. Okay, so now this is a 9, of course. The B is 5. Because we said that these need to sum to 15. They sum to 15. The only way for them to sum to 15 is, in fact, as 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2, 3, 4, 5 sums to 14, so it's actually 2, 3, 4, 6. So this is not 2, 3, 4, or 6, it's a 5. These are the remaining digits that are not those. They're not 0, for example. They're not 2 or 3. And so this digit is not a 1. It's not a 5. Oops. Not a 1, it's not a 5. It's a 2 or a 3. And so these sum to a minimum of 7. So this is a maximum of 2. And this can't be a 2, actually, because if this was a 2, it would make this a 3, which would make this sum to 10. So this is, in fact, always a 1. And then it's just a question of, is it a 2 or a 3? It was really beautiful. I really liked the logic there. Very cool idea. Okay. Niv would fucking hate it. If someone did this to him in a puzzle. But that's okay. We don't set for ourselves. We set for our solvers. That is a totally acceptable a part of things. Like, I definitely sometimes put things in puzzles that I would be like, I'm not a big fan of that if I were to do that or whatever. But sometimes it's like, I think people will like it, even if I wouldn't. Okay. Let's see. These need to sum to 11. So that's not a 1. That's not a 2. So 3, 8, and 4, 7, and 6, 5 are all possible. Oh yes, in column 2, it's pointed out I need my green sections. So this is a gray. Is pointed out by J. Dyer. This, again, needs to grow. I think I really distracted myself by proving that this had to be a size 9, because that didn't really do anything for me. like whatsoever. Like I could have just repeatedly kept growing this and it would have been fine. If I'd have just sort of let that one go. This needs to be a single digit sum. Okay. So here's the point. It can't connect there anymore. Because if it connected there, it would need to connect there like this, and these would need to be a single digit sum that doesn't have a 1 or that 2, 3, which is not possible. It's a double digit sum. Oh, crap. No, it's a double digit sum. You're right. It is a double digit sum. Sad, sad, sad. It would have been so much cooler if I got to use the fact that there was a 1 and a 2, 3 down there. But then I guess you could have done that from the beginning, and that would have been sad. It would have broken the whole like deduction that Niverio wanted us to make. That Niverio somehow believed I was about to make, even though I was in no way about to make it. This green cell, it's at least of size 5 for its island, and it can't come back here more than one cell, so that cell's always green for whatever that's worth. Let's see. This column actually also needs lots of green bits. Oh, no. This is a double digit sum. Frack. This is a double digit sum, so it has to have a cell, and now it's done. And so that's a 9. And G is 9. So these are not 9. That's not a 5. That's not a 9 either. Now this column still needs a green up here. This gray needs to get out through here now. Oh, these aren't 5 either. So let's see. So this digit... Oh, this is going to have to connect over. If this connected over to here, how big would it be? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It would be 7. J, unfortunately, can be 7. Carl pointing out this is known to be 5 by the clue. If we want to do things like use clues. Let's see. I need 2 greens in this column, so that's going to have to be gray. If that's not gray, I can't fit 2 greens in this column. And importantly, that's going to have to be green, and it's a K. And K is 6, 7, or 8. So funnily enough... Oh, and now these are forced to join. And J is 8. And so the J is 8, not yellow. I mean, J could be yellow. It can be whatever it wants to be. So J is 8. So therefore, by Sudoku, neither D or K is 8. Let's see. Okay, I don't know anything about this row. There's a double-digit clue in this row, which has to be those 2 digits. It took me a minute to get that, Jay. Remember the rules of the puzzle. Yes, remembering the rules of the puzzle is a good idea. This is gray because of the rules of the puzzle. This is gray because of the rules of the puzzle. This is green because of the rules of the puzzle. This is gray because of the rules of the puzzle. No! I am sorry to report that the house has won the bet in this particular instance. So there. Sadly, the house will not be paying out to anyone. Better luck next time. Let's see. Or am I sure the bet tree is gray? Oh, right. Sorry, you're right. I've screwed. Okay, so I went way overboard here. Okay. It's because of this part coming down here. That part was still correct, and this part was still correct, and that was still correct. But this gray actually connects around back here. This is still green, however. There we go. Okay. Yeah, this is summing to 20J, so 28. Oh, but that's a 4. Right, okay. This is a 4, and so these sum to 24, and so they are 7, 8, 9. That's part of the point. So this digit's not a 7, 8, or a 9. So this digit is at least 3, but it's not a 4. Could be 5 or 6, and it's not 7, 8, or 9. And it can't actually be 6 either. This is only a 3 or a 5, is the point of this story. That's not an 8. That's not a 4. Let's see. All right, we've got to put greens into this column. So that's actually going to give us that the bet tree is green, and that is green, and that is gray. Just to make that work. And this is a C. Oh, and this needs to be gray to keep these two clues apart. This is a C, and C is 3. Let's see. This is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is an 8 or a 9 only, as its possibilities for its life. This is an H. H is 4. Oh, this can't be an 8 anymore because these need to have a single-digit sum. That's not a 4. 7, 2 is still possible. Assorted other things. These still need to sum to 11. So when I took out some stuff, I also should have taken out some other stuff. So for example, this can't be a 3 anymore because that can't be an 8 anymore. So this is always a 4 or a 6. Let's see. This gray needs to connect around this way or this way, but I don't think I know which way yet. Okay, so Sayori wants me to think about the fact that these sum to 18. So these two need to sum to 10, and they don't involve a 6, 7, or an 8, so they have to be 1, 9, and I know the order. That was a smart thing for Sayori to want me to think about. And so this is the only stuff that's left, which, despite Mark's enthusiasm, is not most things. It's not, for example, a 1 or a 9 or an 8 or a 6 or a 7. This is only a 2 or a 3. These sum to 11, but there's options, I believe. This is at least 2. It doesn't seem very helpful, but I'm sure it will be helpful someday. I do still need to fit a C clue over here, and C is 3 for whatever that's worth. It has 2-cell C clue written all over it. If I were to speculate as to what I think will happen. Let's see. There's probably some more. No, this is the question mark J clue. So these are summing to 18. I don't think that's possibly interesting. Let's see. Maybe it's interesting because I know these sum to 23. And so these sum to 32. And so these sum to 13. It's less interesting and more just painful, I'm afraid, Tallcat. These numbers have to be pretty small. Do I have somewhere where I can use that digits don't repeat within an island usefully? It just feels like there's a bajillion cases because there's like a 12 case and an 11 case and all that sort of thing over here. I mean, it might be unique, but it doesn't sound fun. Let's see. I don't think I know anything about that. Row 7, column 9. One moment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so So this is part of a single cell. So Garion is looking at that. Oh, not that. Garion's looking at this cell. And what it can be. So it's not 0 or 1. It actually can't be 2, because if it's 2... Oh, wait, no, maybe it can be 2. I'm not sure I see why it can't be 2. Now, I will believe it can't be larger than 6, because if it tries to be larger than 6, it's joining one of these. So it's not 7 or 9. Sorry, I thought the point was to exclude 2, not that the point was to exclude the other thing, but it makes sense. Okay, so Jay has the slick way to look at this. So these sum to 9 plus 18 is 27. So I need 18 total more. These sum to at most 9, and these sum to at most 9, and therefore these need to both sum to 9, is the point. Okay, that's very slick. I like that a lot. So that's a 3. And these are a 2-cell 9 sum. So they're 2, 7. Because they're not 1, 8, 3, 6, or 4, 5. So that 2, 7 is there. That's the sort of thing I was looking for with the math in this region. That was very slick, Jay. So that is not a 7. And now these are that. 2 is out. 1 is out. 3 is out. What else is out that I'm missing? 9 is out. There we go. So these are a 4, 6, 8 triple. So that's a 1. So I'll write a 0 in the spot, apparently. Those are a 5, 7 pair. So that's an 8. Can't imagine that will be useful, but who knows? Let's see. So these need to have a single digit sum, so that can't be an 8. Why am I in the number thing? This can't be a 7 either. So that is a 2, and that is a 7. That 2 gives us that this is not a 2 anymore. It's at least a 5. Which assuredly doesn't force any single cell to be in here, but most of these cells are involved. Oh, I can't make all 3 of these cells be part of this, can I? Or maybe I can, actually. Like 5, 1, 2 would be fine. Oh, what I can't do is make it 6. This can't be 6 for a sweet reason that I am afraid chat is going to tell me is wrong. But the AE is 12, but that's the AE. If this is 6, it's those 6, but now that's these 2 sums, but that's 6 digits summing to at most 18. And I can't have 6 digits summing to at most 18. 6 digits always sum to at least 21. So we got to reuse our trick from down here. This isn't a 6, it's a 5. So if this is all green, then these would need to be 2, 3, 4 exactly. But then I could still put a 1 over here, and that would be fine. Let's see. And it's interesting that I still have my 2-cell C sum that's going to have to go here by setter logic. Let's see. These are still summing to 11-ish. Okay, so here's an interesting observation. Or there's a couple interesting observations, actually. Here's a very interesting observation. This digit can't be 1, 2, or 3. So this digit's at least 4. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It can't possibly be a 9 or an 8, because at least... Oh, actually, no, it could do the staple thing. Is the staple thing acceptable? The staple thing... No, the staple thing's not possible. It can't do the staple thing. So, the staple thing would break because in order to do the staple thing, I would have to connect two regions, which I'm not allowed to do. So here's what I'm saying, because I realize I'm a blathering idiot at the moment. This I know is at least 5 cells. If this is not green, then my green has to do that, and now I actually have 4 sums instead of 3 here. So this is always green. And now that this is a 2-cell single-digit sum, I certainly can't have an 8 or a 9 in it, given that the 1 can't go up here. And so this is either a 7 with a 2, or a 4 with a 2, 3, or a 4 with some other digit. But the row is already double digits, so that's 7. So therefore this is a 2, and that's gray. And these are both green. And they have to be 1, 3, because nothing else works to keep my single-digit total preserved. And now this is a 1, 2 S cell in order to make the clue work. So we could do that. So that it sums to C. Let's see. So we need a question mark F. I don't think I know what the question mark F is going to do. What I do know is that this gray has to connect up through here. Because otherwise we've got problems. Yeah, Playmaker, I did. 1 and 2 in an S cell, sum to 3. That's how S cells work with JSums. Let's see. So now, let's see. Okay, so what else? Fine. We'll make it a freaking 3. Everyone can have their way. Okay. So let's see. Row 7 doing work. Isn't this row 7? No, this is row 7. This is a single cell sum. So, naively, the digits are at most 6. But I can't use a 6 if I'm also using a 3. So just by examination, that's a 1 and that's a 4. So that's a 6 and a 6. These are a 2, 3 pair. So that's a 4. Aren't 6. Okay, so these are not 6. Okay. These two are a 2, 3 pair, which is going to have to get resolved by uniqueness. Oh, we can use uniqueness here if we really want to. We won't, but we could. Let's see. These, however, rather than using uniqueness, we might, for example, use the fact that these two need to add to 11, 21, 31, or 41. So we can do the proof by cases. If it's 11, this needs to be a 5. If it's 21, this needs to be a 15. If it's 31, this needs to be a 25. And if it's 41, this needs to be a 35. But you can carefully examine the pencil marks and see that it can't be 15, 25, or 35, and therefore must be 5. So that's a 7, and that's a 2, and that's a 3. That's a 2. Okay, so Meti is looking at this, this clue here, and noting it can't sum to 10 because I've got too many low digits gone. So the minimum it sums to is actually 256, which is too many. So this needs to sum to 20. And now Medhi's claim is the only way to make it sum to 20 is as 875. Lord, how much am I going to have to do to convince myself of that? Let's see. This is not a 0, at the very least. Let's see. These digits... Well, that one's not a 0 either. Let's see. This is not a 0 or a 1, at the very least. So the question is, what's the maximum that this can sum to? And the answer is 876. And 876 is 21. So we can only be one above the maximum, or sorry, one below the maximum, which we'd have to do is 875. So I agree, that is not at all bad. So 875 is what it is. That is a 9. It's a 4 and an 8. Now that this is a 9, that makes that cell green, and now makes both of those cells gray, which then forces graying around here. And we get our little pharaoh staff, or whatever you want. Why couldn't the 8-5 be the other way around? Fantastic question. I have no idea. There still is an 8, though. This is a 9. That's green. So gray. That's a 3. There's an 8 in here because I know that these are an 8-5 pair. I'm sure it's because I eliminated the wrong candidate and then used my elimination of the wrong candidate. That would be my my personal bet as to what happened. This needs to make a double-digit number with 3, so this can only be a 7 or a 9, and it can't be a 7, so it's a 9. These need to sum to 11, so that's a 2. So these two digits, we know what they are. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying not to ruin the surprise for anyone. So this is a 6, just by the fact that it can only be 2 or 6. And so now the point is, if I think about all of the digits that are left in this region that could possibly go here, none of them are big enough to make it work with a 5. So this has to be an 8, and that has to be a 5. And then lastly, we get to count and find that our betting tree is a 2. Why did answer check not prop? What did I screw up? Well, I think we have the right answer, even though answer check did not trigger. Oh, because I never filled this in. That's why. Can I even, or is it ambiguous? Where did I figure out what K was? Or what D was? D is 6, I am told. Woohoo! There's a D in column 2. Right. Okay, got it. Okay. There's a D and a K in column 1 and 2. Got it. Okay, beautiful. Very nice puzzle. I like that a lot. And I really did like the trick down here, even though I did not see it, but it was still very cool. And I liked that it was used again over here. Oops. I liked that it was used again over here. Very nice. Very gentle opening, and then a little bit of teeth there in the middle, and then a sort of gentle, sort of sloping off to the great Nurikabe farm in New York. Very cool. I think there's one more of these, so I think if there's one more of these, I'm going to do one more of these. But I'm not 100% sure, but I will come back and there will either be one more of these or I will be doing something else. But I'm going to take a quick break before I do that, and then we will find out. So see you shortly. welcome back. I hear Simon doing something we did on stream. That seems to happen a lot lately. But let's have a look at this puzzle. So this is brain. This is a coral puzzle. So coral is, it turns out, it's cave, but with a no 2x2 rule. So I've got to figure out which is shaded and which is unshaded. So we need to form a single connected shaded region. Yes, and flipped. Yeah, there we go. So we have a single connected shaded region, and then we have a bunch of unshaded stuff, and all the unshaded stuff has to make it to the walls. The shaded stuff can't have 2x2s. And that is that. Okay, and all clued cells are unshaded. Oh, bye, Nell. Oops, are unshaded. And indicate the amount of coral cells found in their own row and column combined. Okay, so it's not even just that they can see, just the total number of coral in their row and column combined. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so we will slowly figure out how this genre works. It's like cave but backwards, kind of, sort of, apparently. Okay. So first of all, I don't know if a betting tree will appear, but these three need to end, because if they do not, we will have a big problem with this, which means that these are all at most 6. Now in this column, the green certainly has to continue because I need to get to at least a question mark C clue, in order to make that work. In this, I have to continue because of that. Now, 2x2s of green are fine, right? It's only grays that can't have 2x2s, I believe. Yes, that is correct. Row 5, column 2. Did I count to 5 correctly? No, I didn't. No, I did. Yep, that's right. Okay. I do like the ABC there. That is very cool. Coral is shaded. That's correct. We could probably, if we really wanted to be more exotic about it, we could probably go with something like the unshaded. We'll do this. We'll get rid of that coloring, and we'll make this sort of light thing, and then we'll get rid of that, and we'll make it that. So my coral will be coral colored, and my non-coral will be watercolored, and then we'll completely lose track of what the rules are for anything. That's my plan. But I think it's aesthetic, and well, I'm a sucker for aesthetics. This needs to be blue because it's part of a double-digit sum. Let's see. None of these can possibly be 1. Right, none of these can possibly be 1. No, maybe they could be 1. That one certainly can't be 1, because there's at least 2 coral in this column just to separate these. So this is not 1 or 2. And this one, similarly, it needs to see at least 1 coral in its column, so it's at least 2. Right. None of them can... That's beautiful. Okay, DWeb has a very elegant way to see this. That's very cool. These have to be 2, 3, 4, and it's because there's 10... It's because there's 10 things in every column, so I can't not put a coral in a row or column, because I would need to come up with a 10th digit. And I don't have a 10th digit. And so every row and column contains a coral, and so therefore all of these are at least 2, and in fact there are 2, 3, 4 triple. So A, B, C are 2, 3, and 4. And let's look and see if any A's, B's, or C's show up in places that are useful. That was all D-Web, by the way. 100% D-Web, just so that we're clear. Now, if there was another coral in this row, that would make all of these at least 3, which is not possible. So therefore, all of these are not coral. And the coral is connected, so therefore that's coral. Let's see. This is a 2-cell coral clue. Let's see. We've got that. Now, I'm being told if I look at where H appears, I will notice something. Yes, H shows up as a first digit of something, so H is 1. Just by this, because it's not 2, 3, or 4 is the point. If this was blue, that would be blue, and that would make that blue, but that's all... Oh, that's not fine with this row. Okay, so this is a bit of a look ahead, I think. But if this is blue, because of the double-digit sum, it makes that blue, which makes that blue, which now means... Actually, no, I can still do it. I think I can still fit 4 clues in this row. I think it's fine. I think this can be blue. Let's see. So if E is not... Oh, never mind. I was going to say something completely nonsensical, as is my want of late. I mean, D isn't 0, so D is pretty large for whatever that's worth. I don't think there have to be 3. I think there only has to be 2 in the column, to Jim. Because can't there be 2 in the column and 1 in the row, I think? That's a good point. Very good spot from D-Web. This row, we know that these sum to 45 because there's 9 of them. Those sum to 9, so therefore these sum to 36, and therefore D is 6. That's genius. Very cool. Is it at all possible that that is useful in even a single place? This could be a 6, or it could be not a 6. It's not a 6, this is a 1-5. Let's see. E could be 0, Sarah. Unless I'm missing an... Oh, no, E can't be 0. E can't be 0. Okay, yep, no, you're totally right. I tried to do this calculation earlier, and I couldn't convince myself that E wasn't 0 because I looked at all of these places. But that E tells me E is not 0. So Sarah's completely correct. E is at least 5. And it's not 6. And therefore, I can't make this a sum in 2. It's a sum in at least 3, so that's blue. Da-dee-dee-da-dee-da. Right. Okay. So this is a good point from Isabella. There are two coral in this column, at least, that separate these clues. Those 2 coral, they both have to escape into this column. So therefore, this is at least 3. And therefore, the one that is 2 is this one. So C is 2, and we get to do our digit dance. That was beautifully stated, Isabella. Woohoo! Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So that is a 2, and so there's exactly 1 coral over down here. So these are not 2, they are 3 or 4. If this is coral, we're going to have a huge problem, aren't we? Yeah. This takes a little doing to see, at least the way I'm seeing it. If this is coral, it has to get out, because all the coral is connected. But that means it's going to come to at least here, and now B is 4, and I've got to get my 2 things that I get in this column to get out through here, and it's just no way it works. So this is always blue. There's probably a more elegant version of that statement. So these are all small. Relatively. Does that force the shading here? Not quite, I think. I think this could still get away with being coral and then have blue, blue, blue. And I think that would be okay. Right. Column 3, the one coral that's in it, has to separate these two. And so, therefore, that's blue. That's a very good spot from Playmaker. And now these two regions... No, sorry, this is not... No. I was going to say these two regions can't join, but that's not even a thing in this puzzle. Obviously, clues can touch. I think Tallcat is hinting, and I think this is true, that if I make A4 and B3, it's going to be a very big problem. Because if I make A4, all 3 of the ones in this column now have to... No, that's not true, because I could put 2 of them together. Never mind. Never mind. It does not work that way, sadly. Yes, and now with the question mark clue, I get to do that. Agree with Playmaker there. Let's see. Should I figure out which of these numbers is 0? Can I figure that out? J is definitely not 0 because it shows up as a clue here. K is not 0 because it shows up as a clue here. So one of F or G is 0. Do I know which one? Okay, someone's... not G, not G. Right, okay, so F is the free 0. Okay, so F is 0. I don't think it's going to help, but it's true. But it lets me fill in these, which is what I really wanted to know, which is I wanted to know that these are all big. None of them are 6. Even the ones that don't share a column in the table. I was hoping that would be useful. I still have to put a D in row 7, column 1. Yes, excellent. So that is a 6. So there's some number. Okay, so I can't go very far with my 6. I guess I could go over to there before I had my first coral. This can't be coral, I think, for the same sort of reason that I had before. If this is coral, all of this becomes coral, just to make this work. And now both of these already see 3 things. And so I only get one more total coral in all of these cells, and that's never going to work. So this is certainly blue. Let's see. If this is blue, these are a 1-2 pair. I sort of feel like it has to be by an extended version of the same argument, but I'm trying not to just do the sort of like random look-aheads like we were doing in that earlier Nurikabe puzzle, but it seems like it might be useful. Okay, let's try this. Okay, so if this is coral, both of these are coral. Does it break the row? Oh, it's going to have to be. I think I believe Tall Cat. So here's the problem. If this is blue, these are now 1, 2, 6. But now I need to make 6 in the column, but I can't use a 1 or a 2 or a 6 to do it, and that's not going to work. So actually, all of that is coral. And this is an E, whatever on earth E is. Very good spot to Tall Cat there. So this already sees its 3. I need certainly 2 more. No, I need 1 more. I need 1 more coral in this column, at least. Can we do A and B? Right. Wherever the 1 is in this column, that's the point. Wherever the 1 is in this column, it escapes into column 2. So if this was the coral in this column, it must escape there. And the point is... and in fact, actually, it's even easier than that, as DWeb points out. I actually know where it is. It is there. That's going to have to connect through this column, which is going to make B4 and an A3. And all of the rest of this nonsense is going to be blue. So no 3 there, no 4 there. 3 in the corner, if you're into that sort of thing. This can't be coral for the Nurikabe reason. If this is coral, this is now... Oh, never mind. Sorry, I'm missing the fact that there are other cells that exist. Never mind. Yeah, exactly one of these is coral, and the one that matches over here is also coral. And so one of these is coral, and so none of these can be, because the 2 already sees that one, and whichever of those it sees, we do that. So we've got to do maybe some math in one of these columns. So for this column, no, it's not interesting because I can't do the math. In this column, I can do the math if I knew what E was, but I don't know what E is as of yet. Oh, that's a fair point, actually. I do know what question mark C is. Because the maximum that these could possibly be is 15. So this is forced to be a 30-something number, but I know C is 2. So Garion points out that this is 32 for sure. And if this is 32... well, then the problem is I don't have all my digits. So... no, because there aren't 9 cells in this column, Garion. There are only 8. Which is why I thought I didn't know anything. I agree it's 32, though. But I don't think it gives me anything yet. At least not with what I'm currently capable of. Yeah, this is an HF. F is 0. Okay, so this is a 10. So either... this is a 10 sum. If that's blue, that's also coral. We now... yep, this now is forced. J40 points out. Tall Cat points it out as well. I need to get 4 segments of blue in this row. They have to go there. All of that becomes coral. So this is now at least 7 already, because it sees 5 in the row and 2 in the column. Actually, it's not even able to be 7, because I need a coral to separate these two, and it's not one of those. Now, because this is, among other things, a cave puzzle, there is a no checkerboard rule, and I want to explain briefly what I mean by that. So if I put this here, I've formed this checkerboard pattern. And the problem with forming a checkerboard pattern is a little nuanced. But the point is, I know these two blues connect somehow. They either connect around this direction, or they connect around this direction. And whichever one they do, they separate, funnily enough, that coral cell from the wall. So if I connect around this way, this gets separated. If I connect around this way, this gets separated. And so it never works. And so actually you can just basically treat as an additional rule in this genre of puzzle that there are never any checkerboards. But we will remember that there are rules to the puzzle, such as that the coral needs to connect. And so the coral is always going to come through here, just to assure that connectedness bit. So we've got that. Let's see. Did that do anything interesting? Well, I mean, I know there's actually... I guess not that many things I know. Do I actually know? I know there's more coral in this column, but who knows how much. I do not yet know. This column is forced, actually. This is forced by exactly the same trick from the previous puzzle. Question mark E is at least... Because I know that I know these clues add to 45, is the point. Because in this column, there's only one coral. And so if these things add to 45, and E is at least 5, and so this is... oh, maybe this is not true. I bet I could actually get away with this being, say, 29... and 16. Never mind. I was convinced something was going to work, but I don't think it actually works. Never mind. Okay, if this is blue, does it work? Yes, obnoxiously. If this is blue, is there a chance this E breaks? Because if this is blue, the sum of these is definitely 39. And then this E sees 1 in its row, and would have to see a whole bunch in the column, but that seems plausible. Oh, no. Playmaker's right. Playmaker's right. So here's the point. If this is blue, then because of this row clue, all of these are blue. And now the point is these little corals, these poor little corals, they're cut off from their friends, and they will die, and we don't want that. We want happy corals. So this goes here, which makes that blue, and now this coral still has to connect, which makes that happen. And now we avoid a checkerboard, which makes that a coral. Like that. So we are making some amount of progress here. So this is currently at 1, 2. Okay, so this is part of a question mark E clue. So that's water, because of the question mark E there. Oh, and E is big. So E can't possibly be as large as 8 or 9, because I have a 2-digit sum ending in E. So 8 and 9 are not possible. And so this is either an 8-9 pair, or it's a 6-7-8-9 pair, or whatever. So this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. This digit's also big, because it's at least 6. Oh, Sayori sees the gimme. This is a single cell clue, so it has to be 1, 8. In order to maintain that being a single cell. And so this needs to see 8 total. So it sees 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, which is all it's allowed, and therefore all of that turns to ocean. This is not 8, and it's not 6 anymore. 6 would not be big enough. Now, my HF clue is 10, and so I need a coral. And that's a coral, and these are 1, 2, 3, 4. 3, 4, not 1 or 2, not 1. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is not 1, 2, 3, or 4, for whatever it's worth. K is not 8 because of the row. That's true. This K clue is there, so it's not an 8. That's slick. Okay, and so, yes, E is 5 or 7, based on what this is. Yeah, and H is 1. Whatever that's supposed to tell me. Basically nothing I kind of expect. So Garion wants me to look at this being 5 or 7 and what they do to this column. This is also 5 or 7 for what it's worth. G is how big? G is at least 5, but that I'm trying to see if this needed to grow 1 or not. I don't think it has to grow 1 immediately. This does say that J is bigger than E, because this is part of a J sum. And so J is bigger than 5. So J is not 5. Just from that. Do we have any more J's that might shed light on that? I've only got this J. Let's see. Row 1, column 5 is a D. As is being pointed out by Sayori, and D is 6, so I actually know that that's a 6. Okay. Question mark K. It's annoying that question mark K can still be 2 cells. Was row 2 forced? Row 2 is probably forced now. So yeah, so row 2, yes, Carl points out, row 2 is forced. So we get those both, and those each get out. That's going to help. Hopefully. I mean, I expect it's going to help. I already knew this digit was at least 4, so I'm not completely shook that it turned out to be at least 4. This is a single digit sum, so that's always coral. So this is at most a 6. Because it's part of a 3-digit sum to a single digit number. But it's not a 1, 2, 3, or 4, because 1, 2, 3, and 4 are gone in the row. And it already sees, in fact, 5, so this is only able to be 5 or 6. And so, regardless of whether this is 5 or 6, the remaining coral either goes here or it doesn't. This is always blue, is the point of this being a 5 or a 6. And so this is coral or not coral based on whether this is a 5 or a 6. If this is a 6, then this needs to be a 1-2 pair. In any case, these are always from 1, 2, 3. This is always a 1. Because anything other than that, and it's not going to work. Yeah, Tall Cat explaining that in a different way. And then being upset that I saw it before reading his comment. This is at least a 5, and it's not a 6. This is 5, 7, 8, or 9. I don't think that's very interesting, but it's true. In fact, actually, just the rest of this row is just 5, 7, 8, 9, actually, just by force. This one's certainly not a 9. Actually, this can't be blue anymore. Because of this 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple, this can't be blue, because if this is blue, that would not sum to a single-digit number. So this is coral. This digit needs to be a 1, 2, 3, or 4. Oops. In order to make that happen. Oh, right. Okay. So I need 2 of 1, 2, 3, 4 in here in order to make that work. So that's a virtual 1, 2, 3, 4 quadruple. So I need a 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9 over here, which is, I think, not at all interesting, but I got to say the words virtual quintuple, so welcome to the stream. This row needs another blue, so that's blue, making my virtual quintuple even more useless. We've got that. This is a J, so it's a 7, 8, or 9. Let's see. Right. This sum needs to have a 1 in it, is I think what Chad is getting at. Because if this sum doesn't have a 1 in it, then it would need to be 2, 3, 4 to stay to a single digit, but that's not going to work. So there's definitely a 1 in this sum. It's not there. So therefore, that's never a 1. And if this is at least 2, that's never an 8. So that's a 5 or a 7. Agree with all of that. Avoid a checkerboard. Makes that also coral. Avoid a 2 by 2. Makes that water. This is part of a sum to D, and D is 6. So it either is itself 6, or we have a problem. Right. I need 2 of 1, 2, and 3 in here is what people are trying to convince me of. I need 2 of 1, 2, and 3, and so together that's a virtual 1, 2, 3 triple, so that's a 4, which makes that a 5. Very well noted, people in chat. Working on that. So let's see. Yeah, I know this is... Oh, no, it could still be 1, 2, 3. Darn it. 4 and 5 mean it's not a 2-cell sum to 6, but it could be a 3-cell sum to 6. So funnily enough, this is either a 1-cell sum to 6 or a 3-cell sum to 6. I do not know which one. Let's see. Where else shall we look? Something summing to something ending in F, so something ending in 0. And then an A. Oh, did row 3, column 8 get an extra friend? It did. Beautiful. Okay. So in the process of all of that, this saw a 6th piece of coral. And so therefore this is a 6. Therefore that's a 2. And therefore this is blue. These are no longer 2. Which means that one of them is 3, which means that none of them are 6. So these are 1, 3, 5 only. That's not a 5. So these are all from 6, 7, 8, 9. There's going to be a lot of coral down here. I guess I could do something like that. Maybe there's not a lot of coral down there. Oh, the row 8 one is done. Right. Okay. That's 4 already. This column we know has 1 by our earlier things. So that's 5. Wait, does that... Couldn't it still be 7? Oh, row 8, column 1, sorry. This already sees 6, is the point. We'll unhighlight that real fast and just make those blue. So very nice. So yeah, so that being a 6 was already done. So that blew both of those. And if I blew both of those, this coral needs to connect over through here. And out through here. So these 2 cells are a 2-digit sum to something ending in E. So funnily enough, that tells me what E is. So if E was 7, these would be an 8-9 pair, and these would be an 8-9 pair, and that doesn't work. So E is 5. Love that. That is a very that feels like a very Zeta E sort of step to put in a puzzle. So these are 6-9. So that is a 5. This is not a 7. It's not a 6 either. In fact, can only be 8 or 9 even just by counting. Oh no, that's not part of that. Sorry, this is part of some other thing. Let's see. Okay, so where's my K going? My K is going there. So K is not 5, by the way, nor is G. So these are 7, 8, 9. So this digit is a 7. This 7, 8, or 9, and it's not an 8 apparently. Right, I knew K was an 8. It's 7 or 9. Shows up in my K sum. So these digits all sum to probably 20 or 30. In low probability cases, 40 or 50. Let's see. Yeah, G is 7, 8, or 9. What is this cell? It's at least 5. It's not 6. And it's not 9. This cell can only be a 5, 7, or 8. It's a 7 or 8. It sure cuts off this G mighty fast. But I do not yet know. I think Carl is claiming these have to sum to 20, because if they sum to 30, they would use a 6. So these indeed have to sum to 20. Oh! Column 5 is forced. I didn't get any clues down here. So column 5 goes there. That's Garian's point. Through Tallcat. Extends out to connect, and then connects there to avoid a checkerboard. So that's a J, which is a 7, 8, or 9. That's a K, which is a 7 or 9. Oh, my blue has to connect. So that's blue, because blue connects to blue. My coral has to connect, so that's coral. Uh-oh. Aren't we broken? I think I broke it. Yeah, it's definitely broken, right? Oh, blue connects to walls. Right. Sorry. Blue connects to walls. So when I said the blue has to connect to blue, that's like the puzzle we did earlier, not this puzzle. Why did I randomly fill in a 5 here earlier? Is that a real 5? That is a real 5, so that's a real 1. The coral does still have to connect. It's the coral that connects, so the coral still has to poke out there. Right. It's a very lovely coral that we're working on here. Row 6, column 6 is coral by bifurcation. I am being told. Oh, I think it's coral by, like, looking at the clues in the column, actually. because we've already got 3 clusters of clue in the column, so we can't have another one. And so that is blue there. It'll look prettier if this is coral, so I assume it is. Row 7, column 8 is no longer able to be 5. Row 7... Ah, right, this now sees at least 6 things, so that's not a 5. So that's a 7 or an 8. Row 8, column 9 is a freebie. I don't know how. Row 7, column 7 is blue? No! I don't want it to be blue. It'll be less pretty that way. Let's see. So that's 15. This is a D. Let's fill in the D. That's now 6. These sum to something ending in K. Ah, so now K is 7. Because if K tries to be 9, I'm going to need to make these add to 19, and that's not going to work. So these are an 8-9 pair. That's the 9. That's the 8. That's the 7. That's an 8. K is 7. These aren't 7. Okay, so now this clue is an 8. So it actually needs to see 2 more things in the row. Oh, actually the G. G is 8 or 9. So certainly this has become coral because of the whole thing here. Actually, these can't both be coral, because if these are both coral, then it sees too many. So one of them is coral. So this is a coral 1 pair. I believe, and G is 9. Otherwise, this clue is wrong. And so J is 8. So if J is 8... Ah, E can't be 7 anymore, because if E was 7, this would have to be a 1, and it can't be. So E is 5. Oh, also I knew that E was 5, but we won't talk about it, because that would be embarrassing, so we just won't think about it anymore. Also, the 5 is done, so all of this is blue. There we go. Moving rapidly onward. This has become coral, so it's not the 1. So this is the 1. Tragically. Really messing up my coral, Niverio. So this connects. And so now I can just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This clue is an 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This clue's a 7. Someone tell me where the other coral clue that I'm inevitably missing is going to be. We can do a coral dance for you. Ba-boop-ba-doo, woohoo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, wah-ha, ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ha! I will say that using this color palette has increased my my enjoyment of the puzzle by a good 30%. Okay, so these two need to sum to 3, is being pointed out. Because of the fact that they sum to J, so there are 2 and a 1. Let's see. These need to sum to 10, just by the column, because this needs to be, sorry, no, they need to sum to 9. They need to sum to 9, without being 1, 8, or 2, 7. So they're 3, 6, or 4, 5, and both of those only in one order. So this is a 3 or a 4, that's a 5 or a 6. Let's see. Assuredly I have some... Ah, right. This is a double-digit sum. This is Niverio's favorite trick. This is a double-digit sum with a 1 in 2 digits, so that's got to be a 9. So that's a 6 and a 9. I think that has shown up in most of the Ciphered Japanese sums puzzles I've done from Niverio. Let's see... Doesn't seem to have done a lot, though. But it was there, and it was nice. I enjoyed it. Let's see. The missing digit in this column is now a 2. Right, okay. Now we can definitely do math in this. in this column, because I now know what C, D, and E are. So C, D, and E add to 13. So the missing digit is 2 mod 10. And so of all the digits in column 1 that could be missing, it's one that's 2 mod 10. And the only one that is possible when you look at everything in the grid is 2. So 2 is missing, and so that's a 4, is Garian's point. Thank you for keeping track of that for the whole puzzle, Garian. No 3 4s go there. No 3 4s were harmed in the making of this Sudoku. None of those were 0 this time. None of these are 2 either, so those are 7, 8, 9. There's a 7, 8, 9, there's a 7, 8, 9. This column I can certainly mark up. Again, remembering to take out the zeros. Okay, so I can do this column by math if I try it really hard. So I need the total to end in 7. So I need these to, I need these to sum to 20. So I need these to sum to 12, which can't use a 9. So it's 3, 4, 5. And there's a fancy way to do that by adding them all and subtracting or whatever. But anyway, you'll probably be bored by me doing that. So I'll just say they're 3, 4, 5. And that'll probably make people the happiest. This is not a 0, a 3, or a 4. Fun story. Could be anything. Oh, actually, no, it can't be anything because of this clue. Right, I know what the sum of 3 and 4 is. The sum of 3 and 4 is 7. So that's 15, that's 20. Therefore, this is G. And G is 9. So therefore, that's a 9. And that's an 8, and that's a 9. There we go. So there is my 6, 7, 8 business. So let's mark up those. And let's see which of these could possibly give me an A clue. So it seems like an A clue is 3. So those aren't 3. That's not 3. So that... Oh, sorry. No, that's not how that works. That's not the 9 sum. Misremembered where I was looking at. These aren't 0, though. This column has some gimmies. So J is 8. K is 7. So we can fill those in. No 7, no 7, no 8, no 8. Let's see. Do I have any more gimmies laying around? I do need to make sure these hit double digits, but I guess they'll do that. Oh, they just can't be a 4 or 5 pair is what I'm saying. These need to sum to something that ends in 0, but that doesn't look very useful. This clue has a K at the end of it, and K is 7. So that's an 8, and a 4, and a 6, and a 7, and a 9, and an 8, and a 7, and a 4, and an 8, and a 5, and a 6, and a 3, and a 4, and a 3. Okay, that was a promising combination of Stucco and Deuce. So let us mark up this remaining collection of stuff. Remembering that they're not 0 this time of year. That makes a 1-2 pair there, so no 1-2 there. No 0 here or here, actually. So these sum to 19, so these need to sum to 11 in order to get to a 0. And so they must be 9 and 2, so that's 1 and 2. These need to sum to a 5 number, so those are 0 mod 10 already. That's 2 mod 10. These need to sum to something that's 8 mod 10. It's not 18, so it's 8. So I better not use a 4 in order to do that. Okay, and so now, in this cell, I only have 1 or 5. What did I screw up? Did I not do that math right? Oh, I did not do that math right. That's correct. Oh, I think that was fine. I think I made it sum to 20 rather than to 25, which is what I needed to make it sum to. Okay, so those sum to 10 and 2. So these need to sum to something E's not 1. E's not 1 because this isn't the E clue. This is the H clue. Good. Okay. We're on the same page now. Okay. So this is a question mark H clue, not a question mark E clue. So we can just throw this away. We want the last digit to be 1, which means these need to sum to something that's 9 mod 10, so it'd better be 5 and 4. So that is a 1. We'll move swiftly past it. This is not 1, 2, 3, or 4. Seems like it could be 5. It's not 6, 7, 8, or 9. And so the betting tree is a 5. Congratulations to all the 5 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Happy birthday, Totally Normal Cat. Is it really Totally Normal Cat's birthday? Very lovely trio of puzzles, Niverio. I enjoyed that a lot. This whole humane collection of Japanese sums puzzles, that's fun. Plus the coral palette was very nice. I'm very happy with my coral. I think coral is like better cave. That's my conclusion, because you get to use more no 2x2 rules. But I do tend to add no 2x2 rules to everything that I can. Ooh, and I see Isabella has solved my puzzle. It's always very exciting. I love seeing when people I know from stream are solving my puzzle in LMD, since I always get an email. Anyway, absolutely lovely puzzles. I quite enjoyed that, Niverio. I hope you all enjoyed the quasi intro to Japanese sums. The nice 2 out of 5 puzzles. I think they were all like 3-ish for people who've solved Japanese sums puzzles, but they were certainly easier than a lot of scarier Japanese sums puzzles that are out there. None of them took me 5 hours, so that is beating some of the records. But they were quite enjoyable, if not as easy as advertised. I said the Country Road Philomena was 2 or 3, just to say that it was not like not crazy, and then I think MicroStudy then said, I think it's a 3 or a 4, which I believe means we agree that it could be a 3. So then I posted it as a 3 after a consultation with several people. But I think that depending on which group of people in LMD solve it, I think it might end up being a 2. I thought it was easier than Round and Round, but MicroStudy thought it was harder than Round and Round, so we'll see what the consensus is. Because I really felt like Round and Round was a 3-star puzzle, but then LMD voted as a 2, because it's a non-sudoku, and LMD people with non-sudokus are very good at puzzles. Is just the way it works. Like, just that you select for a small group of elite puzzle setters, or elite puzzle solvers. Tallcat is setting a cipher puzzle. Interesting. That will be fun. Having only a Penpa link on Discord made it a 5 out of 5, but maybe it's 3 out of 5 with the CTC link. That's possible. I figured if people wanted to do it in CTC, then they could translate it over. But then for the LMD posting, I put a CTC link. I think it's nicer with a CTC link. But I also know the people who scavenge in the non-Sudoku section are usually looking for Penpa links. Alrighty, well, I'm probably going to wrap up stream there for today, but I will be back on Sunday with additional adventures in the Sudoku world. So I hope everyone has a good day, morning, evening, whatever time it is. I do love the CTC pen tool. The CTC pen tool is the best. A big and very genuine thank you to everyone who supports the stream. I know it can sound a bit repetitive since I sort of like make sure to thank everyone at the end of every stream, but I really do appreciate everyone who helps make this stream possible and helps keep us doing this. as often as we do. So thank you very much to all of you who support stuff. We have your names on the splash screens and everything, even though apparently the music doesn't change anymore, but it will change again someday, possibly, if Dropbox works again. But thank you very much. We greatly appreciate it. It's great having you all here. And great having you help me figure out how to add the numbers at the bottom of Niverio's puzzles. If you'd like to support the stream and you don't yet, you can do that by clicking the join button down below. And then for as little as $5 a month, you can support the stream. Greatly appreciated if you choose to do that. If not, please hang out anyway. We love you. Also, if you are not yet subscribed, please consider subscribing. We were 1 subscriber short of 2,500 earlier. I'm a bit hesitant to ask whether we are now further away from that goal or not. But if you've not yet subscribed, or if you have access to your friends' phones and can subscribe them when they're not looking, please do that. It really does help. Sort of increasing the number of subscribers helps sort of make YouTube be like, oh, hey, maybe I should recommend the stream to other people. And we know the audience of people who like dirty jokes and Sudoku is quite wide. So we should elaborate on that. All right. So thank you to everyone. I also like to shout out the people who donated at the turbine level. So those are David Ratner, Michael O'Connor, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Logan, Daniel, and Willie. Thank you so much. I will see you all in just a matter of days. So I hope you have a wonderful and splendid rest of your day, and I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.